Just walk away. Just walk away, and there will be an end to the horror.
All right, we are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to MGTOW Chat. Nick and I are here. We've got a lot of stuff to discuss today. We're going to do tangent date sim. If you don't know what that is, I will. But before we get started, we have some topics we want to discuss. But, hey, Nick, you there, right?
Yep, I'm here.
Hey, I got a joke for you.
Go for it.
So, how do you tell if an Indian guy
I don't know, he has a full bottle wrapped with syringe. How?
tell because why is the song still going? All right, we're back. Okay, hold on, guys. Sorry, I'm fucking up the stream. All right, I'm gonna do it again. All right, so here's the joke, Nick. How do you tell if an Indian guy is single?
How?
He doesn't have a black eye.
Listen, Ayam, I just want to let you know before we start this that I always put my suit and tie on every time I do these live streams with you, all right?
Okay, right on. That's good to hear because I'm usually naked.
I figured you're in a t-shirt that's like, you know, it's got the armpit stains and an old meat sauce gravy stain from a meatball from like a week ago.
Like exactly. Exactly. You know that, and that joke, I got it from Cabin Boy actually. He was telling.
There he is, this Cabin Boy.
Yeah, he's right there. He was telling me how he was in a club the other night, and he was trying to talk to women, and he saw this one girl, and he says to her, "Let me see." He goes, "How big are your hands?" Because he wanted to see if she was wearing a ring or had signs of wearing a ring, right? So she held up his hands, and then he kind of said, "Yeah, you can also tell if they're single if they don't have a black eye."
That's funny.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna get into this today. First, Nick, what did you want to discuss? Explain to the listeners now.
No, I wanted to briefly pay homage to my friend who just passed away yesterday. He had heroin overdose. Another one bites the dust. The epidemic of young white men dying off because of heroin. Really sad. 28 years old. Known him about 20 years. He's one of my brother's best friends. And just a quick synopsis on his life story and what had transpired leading to his death was pretty much marijuana. Marijuana is no doubt, no question in my mind. I don't care how much people promote it, and how it's good for glaucoma, and it's gonna cure cancer and all this other fucking bullshit that's being shoved down a lot of people's throats these days about the glorifying marijuana. He first smoked weed. He smoked weed for about maybe about 2 years. Then he moved on to ecstasy, mollies. From that, he started doing cocaine, and then obviously at the towards the end, it was heroin. So I do agree with the theory, or what Dare likes to say, how marijuana is a gateway drug, and in his case, it certainly was.
Who, Howard Dare says that?
No, DAR.
The drugs. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Whatever it stands for. Okay, but what was he drinking before he did marijuana?
Around this, he was drinking and smoking weed at the same time. I don't see alcohol. Alcohol kind of splits from drugs. Alcohol is in its own separate category. I don't They don't see. I don't correlate alcohol with drug use. That's from what I can tell. It's either you're a full blown alcoholic and you don't really do drugs per se. It's like one or the other or both.
Mm.
I don't know. I don't see people that are alcoholics tend to not really um, do any hard drugs from my perspective.
I don't know, man. A lot of the a lot of the natives that I serve do.
Well, natives don't count. They're not.
They don't count. Okay, when it comes to the opioid problem, did your friend pass away because of heroin, or was it because of other opiates or barbiturates? Especially, what are the ones?
No, it was heroin.
Was it heroin? Okay.
He was apparently from what people are telling me is that he was trying to get clean. He was getting clean, throwing up, going through withdrawals and everything. And I think he wanted to do it. And usually when people are trying to get clean, they go back to it. And usually when people go back to it, they tend to OD because they haven't had it in their system for a long time.
Yeah. Hey, one more. MGTOW is here. Good to see you here, brother. I'm glad you joined us. And as you know, we will be discussing Tangent, the one you did the reading of, which was fantastic. And we will.
Yeah, and great job reading it, man. I mean, I owe you a lot of credit for putting out not just Tangent, the misandry bubble, and how I found one more MGTOW was because of Roger Devlin's book, Sexual Utopian Power, and I bought the book. Great book, highly recommended. It's like a little treat, MGTOW treat of a book. It's a relatively short read, and it gives you a good bird's eye view on feminism and what direction Western society is going in as far as men and women's relations.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, those were great readings. And Dave Sim, who we're going to get into later, I actually had heard about him about 2 years ago, 2016, when I was still in Bali, through another MGTOW friend, but I didn't look into it at the time. And now I'm glad that Nick turned me on to the reading you did, because it kind of brought it back into the front of my mind. Also, one more, MGTOW says 90% of all violent offenses involved someone under the influence of alcohol.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, well, look, if what great things have been invented because of smoking marijuana. The hacky sack, whoopee. No great inventions that come out of fucking smoking weed. Oh yeah, the frisbee. All right, But if you look at alcohol, there's some ingenuity behind alcohol. We got the taser, we got bail. We got all
Paddy wagons.
paddy wagons, right? The breathalyzer. I mean, there's a whole industry behind getting drunk.
Oh,
Unfortunately, with marijuana, not nearly as much.
Oh, you just wait. According to the federal government of Canada, they already have machines, breathalyzers lined up for when they legalize cannabis here.
Yep, I put money on that stock and I lost $200 on it. So that was it. Some Indian guy was inventing the weed breathalyzer.
No. Some apparently they have it. When I had to sit through a whole class because I was gone from the country so long and I had to get my license again. I had to sit through this goddamn class, and the woman doing the class couldn't stop bragging about how far advanced the marijuana breathalyzer had come.
Oh, that's wonderful.
She just couldn't stop bragging about it. So I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what if.
Yeah, but then the catch becomes, it's in your system for 30 days, and when you're a fat person, it's in your system even longer. So I don't know what's going to transpire.
So they have to be able to say that the breathalyzer for marijuana is going to detect that you've smoked it within minutes or maybe hours.
You just fucking smell it.
Yeah, I know exactly. You can just fucking smell it. I don't know. It's a whole other industry. Do they have? Because I mean, they've had it legalized in the States in some places for a while. Do they have machines for it there?
I wouldn't be able to tell you right now. I think it's in its infant stages as far as the pot smoking goes. All I know is their little kids are getting high now and taking hemp brownies to fucking school.
Wonderful.
So yeah, wonderful. It's Colorado. It definitely is going to get legalized. There's no doubt about it. You already tell it's in the wind. I think also gambling is going to be legalized across the board. That's definitely going to be all the vices. Again, all the sinful, immoral things are getting legalized in your country.
Yeah, well, it's my plan to fucking take advantage, make a quick buck, and run, run back to Asia.
Well, what did Lenin say? The capitalists are so stupid. We're gonna buy the noose that we're gonna hang them with.
Hmm.
And that's basically what's it's that's what's happening.
That's what's happening. All right, so let's get into the other topic you wanted to mention before we get into tangent. Nick, you wanted to talk a little bit about Trump news, and I think this is pretty important.
Well, it all just happened today. He $800 billion for the defense. The military industrial complex. That's obviously not aerodynamics. I'm sorry. Um, what are the names of them? Honeywell, Halliburton, GE. We can toss GE up in there. The Again, I think aerodynamics, and a few others that they're just gonna take our money, the taxpayer money, fund these large corporations, and also that money is going to go abroad to Middle East countries. So your taxpayer money is now going to corporations that are going to arm allies in the Middle East. Also, we're going to be funding a wall between, I think, Lebanon and Syria. When I heard all this through Molyneux, and when Molyneux's on the airwaves, fucking ranting and raving, it's bad, it's going bad. So you have that. You have $800 billion for the military industrial complex. You have 1.3 trillion for just in general government spending. He's banning bump stocks for guns. Again, another attack on the Second Amendment. Who Trump was parading how much he loves the Second Amendment, and he's going to drain the swamp. Well, he's now put Bolton, a neocon, in his administration. So it's been a bad day. And on to put the cherry on top, no more Craigslist casual encounter section. So
Yes.
just another just to screw at you even further.
So yeah, let's talk about that for a second. First of all, just to quickly summarize, Trump has sort of reversed his policy on Second Amendment stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's starting to push, like you said, he's banning these bump stocks on all devices that apparently turn legal weapons into machine guns. Now,
Who Obama allowed, mind you, that was allowed under Obama. Obama said, yeah, they can have bump stocks. So he's reversed an Obama policy on the Second Amendment.
Yeah. And then the spending bill.
No wall. There'll be no wall. Give up on the fucking wall, but we'll fund other countries' walls.
Okay. And now you're talking about Craigslist.
Very sad. That's the worst one of them all.
Okay, explain to the listeners about Craigslist, because this is absolutely amazing.
Well, it's not what it used to be. Like when Craigslist first came out, there was a section where you can find, usually poor chicks that want to make a quick buck, maybe like 50, 100, 150 bucks. You go and meet up with them, they'll suck your dick, they'll smoke weed with you. Usually young chick, most of them were relatively young. And you go and meet up with them, they would email you and you exchange information and you'd meet somewhere. And then there was also a whole dating aspect to it where you kind of just meet someone that wanted a date. There was the misconnections section, which was really interesting and really fascinating to read. People would pour their hearts and souls out onto Craigslist. Like, let's say a woman would see a really cute guy in a supermarket and she didn't have the courage to go and speak to the guy, or they would, it's a misconnection. And then that woman would, throw up a huge paragraph, how I saw you in this supermarket, you were so handsome, you were wearing so on, just going on and on and on about who and what she saw. And she would say, I hope you read this, email me. And then there would be guys doing the same thing. Hey, I saw this beautiful young girl at, a gas station at this corner. Again, it was just this, it was called misconnections, someone that you saw in passing, you would write about it online.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna read a little bit from that article you sent me for the listeners.
Yeah.
So the article is titled, "It's a Real Bad Sign That Craigslist Shut Down Their personal section, because I want to get into a little bit about why it's a bad sign, and it's been coming up in other avenues. It's been coming up within Facebook, within YouTube, but this is something else, man. Really.
Well, don't you find it funny how they drop the Craigslist thing right on the day Trump pushes all this other nonsense?
Yeah,
Same day. And then, mind you, with everything else that's going on with the internet, you're banning people's YouTube channels, you're shutting down certain websites, you're curtailing, you're pushing a certain narrative on algorithms.
Or how about,
and then you do this?
Or how about the Scottish guy who just got tried for teaching his pug how to zeke hail?
Yeah, right. So, well, what was that you sent me earlier this week? 1990. What was it? How we're gonna find the cure for cancer and stuff. Repeat that for everyone.
Yeah, it was like 1992. It was a future meme. So it was like 1992. I bet the future will be cool, flying cars, cure for cancer, and then fast forward to today, and some guy gets arrested for teaching his pug how to give Nazi salutes.
How to do Sieg Heil.
How to do Sieg Heil.
Well, like let me repeat that though. So they push. I'm going to say Obama.
No.
Trump pushes this spending bill right through. Democrats love it. Democrats fucking say Trump is wonderful now. He's so great.
Are they though?
Oh yeah. They got 80%. The Democrats got 80% of what they want. The Democrats are like, this is how you compromise. You say,
are they actually saying that? Are there articles?
Oh yeah. Oh, big time, buddy. Big time. They're loving this.
Because that's what I was going to ask you. Is like, after all of these decisions, are the Democrats actually saying Trump is good now? Because if Trump, in one day, if Trump could make Democrats praise him, it would be, I don't even know what to think of that. Hell freezing over.
Well, they applauded him when he bombed Syria, when he first took office, when he bombed that airport in Syria.
That was a long time ago. That was a year ago.
Yeah, it was about a year ago. But again, he went in the complete opposite direction of what the American people put him in office for. And I think he really torpedoed himself for 2012 today, because it's gonna be really interesting to see what his approval rating is in the following weeks.
Okay, I'm gonna read that a little bit of this article for the listeners. Again, it's by Splinter. Actually, I'll put the link in the chats. It's always a good thing to do. So if you guys want to open it and take a look, you can. It's a real bad sign that Craigslist shut down their personal section. On Thursday, Craigslist shut down its personal section, including its dating, and this is what you mentioned, missed connections, and casual encounters sections indefinitely in response to Congress's passage of FOSTA, a law that holds websites criminally liable for the actions of their users. If you try to visit any of Craigslist's personal section, including the distinctively chaste, strictly platonic segment, this is what you'll see. And this is what you'll see if you look for these sections in Craigslist. U.S. Congress has just passed H.R. 1865 FOSTA, seeking to subject websites to criminal and civil liability when third parties, users, misuse online personnels unlawfully. Any tool or service can be misused. We can't take such risk without jeopardizing all our services, so we are regretfully taking Craigslist personals offline. Hopefully we can bring them back someday. To the millions of spouses, partners, and couples who met through Craigslist, we wish you every happiness. Now, the part of this that was amazing to me was this H.R. 1865. The way they described it was a law that holds websites criminally liable for the actions of their users.
Very dangerous. It's pretty. So what is YouTube held criminally liable for something that happens?
Well, I want to see. Is this going to? Is this FOSTA include everything, every website on the internet?
Well, this opens Pandora's box. Let's say if you write something on your blog spot, you write something that someone takes the wrong way and goes out and shoots up an elementary school. are you now held liable? Like, you see what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
And
Let's see if
this,
the person gets arrested and he says, "Well, I read his blog spot and I got radicalized or something."
well, and this is this goes back to what's been hot in the media recently is the school shootings and those two little cunt actors, children that are trying to spout this. Everybody is saying that they're trying to take away. They're trying to take your guns. They're trying to take our guns. Second Amendment. Second Amendment. Take our guns. No, they're not actually. What they are trying to do is exactly what this HR 1865 has done. They're trying to take over the smallest aspects of your life which are involved in the vast scheme of social media. So if you go onto a website and you see something that might relate to these kind of gun shootings, then the website's held responsible and your name's on a list too. I mean, I think this whole HR 1865 is exactly what they were trying to do, and
Well,
they pulled it off.
it was pushed through by a female Republican, and John McCain's wife is crying, saying, "Oh, this is so great. It'll stop human trafficking. We have to protect the children." Meanwhile, they're touching little boys, and half of them are pedophiles, and
Yeah.
again, where's the sex trafficking? What's sex trafficking? We live in North America. This isn't Malaysia where they're ripping organs out of little fetuses.
Yeah. It's not the dark corners of Saudi Arabia
Right.
where they're shitting in thoughts
Well, I
from New
like to
York
share a
swamp.
quick story with you, which I know you don't know about, and a lot of your listeners don't know about. Is that where did this attack on Craigslist all stem from? The origins to attack the casual encounter section on Craigslist. Well, do you know about the Craigslist killer, AM?
No.
Hmm. Well, back I think in 2010, 2011, in New York, on Long Island, New York, right around the corner from me, literally right around the corner from me, there's a place called Ocean Parkway. It's a beautiful, beautiful parkway that's on a barrier island that connects one county to another county right outside of New York City, and it's a long stretch of desolate, sanctuary, forest, whatever you call it. It's an area, it's a wildlife preserve, and
Okay.
there's a parkway that cuts through it. There's no lights. There's very few houses. It's very desolate. There's a marsh on one side and the Atlantic Ocean on the other. Turns out so the story goes, they found skeletal remains of a Craigslist prostitute, and they did a huge manhunt and forensic CSI investigation of about 10 to 15-mile stretch, looking for more remains of dead prostitutes. And they found a few more bodies stretching back 10, 15 years ago. And they say this is all because of Craigslist. It's attacking women. Women are vulnerable to these type of attacks because of the casual encounter sections on online, on Backpage and on Craigslist and a few other um, you know uh, escort websites.
Right.
But as it turns out, now, looking at this, my father brought it to my attention. Like, why would you waste that much manpower? And they spent tens of millions of dollars looking for a few dead hookers, right? And my dad's
Yeah.
like, you're going to spend all this money, you're going to spend all this, police overtime and FBI and all, again, just huge government spending looking for few dead hookers. And my dad was questioning this. Turns out, and this is the conspiratorial story aspect of it, is that it wasn't actually Craigslist hookers that were dying. It was the Russian mafia in New York City killing Russian prostitutes that wanted to go back to their homelands.
Jesus.
Right. So you'd have to look up the story to get a bigger picture of it. They shut down the parkways. They shut down the beaches for like a whole month during the summer. No one was able to go to the beach, all because of this huge forensic investigation that was taking place along a 10, 15-mile stretch. And again, do you really go through all this just to find a few dead hookers? I don't, there's thousands of other dead women out there in the United States. But why did you focus on this? And I believe it was to promote the where we are today, where they wanted to bring down Craigslist in the casual encounter section.
Which is all under the FOSTA Act. But okay, look in the comment section here. Jacob Gibbs says some people on Reddit MGTOW asked when will Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat be banned because of FOSTA. And one more MGTOW responds, not banned, forced into plea deals with the government. And I think that's what is actually happening to Facebook right now. And that's made headlines among conservative talking heads. But nobody's brought up this fucking FOSTA. They haven't brought it up.
No one's talking about that. It's an attack on men also.
Yes.
This is for poor guys to go and look for fucking, a quick blowjob in the back of your in a truck stop. These elites who are pushing this, this FOSTA Act on you can go bang any fucking prostitutes around the world. You can't now. You can't.
Well, okay.
Because what it really means is that they're doing it, right?
Yeah.
And they feel guilty to some point for what it is they're doing, so we should impose it on the rest of society.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what rules for thee but none for me? Look, that article, I want to say, goes on and it contradicts what you said for the reasons they're doing this. Like, we have to protect the women's.
Human trafficking.
Yeah.
The children. Hey, don't you care about the children?
Yes. I'm gonna continue to read this. Craigslist's pioneering personnel section has been operating in various capacities since the website launched in the mid-90s. Often viewed by the public as a lurid and obscene corner of the internet, it nonetheless prefigured today's sprawling online dating scene. It was a freewheeling, woman-friendly, pro-sex place, if used correctly. Pro-sex, woman-friendly. Liberals, wouldn't they love that? Which many did, and an example of how useful the anonymity and freedom of the internet could be. More importantly, it provided a safer venue for sex workers who were able to use the site to operate on their own terms. From Emma Roller's expansive look at FOSTA's sister bill, SESTA, and its effect on sex workers' safety, here's the quote. Research shows sex workers are safer when they're able to screen their clients online before meeting with them. A 2017 study from researchers at Baylor University and West Virginia University estimated that Craigslist's erotic services section reduced female homicide rates by as much as 17.4%, a staggering number for anyone concerned with reducing violence against women. Again, the liberals should be creaming their pants because, according to this study at the West Virginia University, this service reduced female homicides by 17.4%. How does that tie in with FOSTA? And furthermore, I'd like to add, are you there still, Nick?
Yep.
Okay. Furthermore, I'd like to add, this service that began on Craigslist can be found on Twitter today. In the last video we did, I mentioned about porn stars, etc. on Twitter. You can go and find prostitutes in Southeast Asia all over Twitter. Their phone number is there. All you do is you send them a message. They give you a list of where they are, which city they're in, on which days. You send them a message. You make a deal. You meet before you meet, and then the transaction is done. So, are they going to ban this service from Twitter as well?
Well, Craigslist is the easiest to, again, they've been chipping away at Craigslist. They've been chipping away at Backpage for the past, few years. So, eventually they're going to start chipping away at other social media platforms. And as we discussed in previous shows, they've been doing that again, limiting conservative talking points, men's rights activists. Even Prager University, I don't know if you're familiar with PragerU, but they've labeled a lot of Prager University's YouTube, things that they've thrown up on YouTube as hate speech.
Yes.
And that they lumped it in with pornography and snuff films. Like, how is that, go figure.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see how this, I'm glad you told me about this, because if this has just come into play, I want to see how it affects Twitter, because Twitter is known as a left-wing sort of liberal site that biasly censors anything that leans right. This has been talked about for the last 6 months. But it is so easy to see the exact same pattern that was Craigslist was doing. It's happening on Twitter. Like right now, I can go onto Twitter. I can find a list of 50 different chicks in Indonesia, what city they're in today, their phone number, their bio. What?
Can you send that to me?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. How much down payment? It's all listed on their profiles.
Oh, there's a deposit.
No. If it's whether or not there is a down payment, do you need a down payment or not? Some ask for a down payment, some don't. I mean, it's a smorgasbord. So you can go and go. Okay, I'm in Surabaya tonight. Let's see who's in Surabaya. You can go through the list of Twitter. You can find all these chicks. Oh, this chick's here. She looks cool. I like her. There's a picture of them. There's their measurements, right? What they're into. Like, I won't do double penetration. I won't do anal, or I will. Right? They'll tell you their preferences, what they do. You can choose. It's like, this is the one I want. Here she is. She's in this city on this day. You send her a message. She responds, and then you correspond, and you decide where you're going to meet, when, and what's going to go down. It's all there. It's all right there on Twitter. And I didn't realize this till I came back to Canada. I'm like, why didn't I know about this when I was still in that fucking country? But I didn't.
Well, then now the bigger question is, like, if they're going to shut down Craigslist, they're going to shut down Backpage. Okay, so then what? Now they're going to jump onto Tinder. They're going to use Tinder now and other just casual platonic dating websites. They're going to jump onto that and say pay for play,
yeah. Well, this is the thing. Is it going to be all encompassing, or is it going to nitpick? Is this bill going to nitpick? It's a bill. I mean,
no, I think they really wanted to shut down Craigslist because it was very free market-ish.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We will see.
Well, I would definitely recommend everybody out there to look up the Gilgo Beach Killers or the Craigslist killer, and you'll get redirected to the Gilgo Beach. The prostitutes getting killed here on Long Island, and that was really the Pandora's box to attacking these type of websites, these classified ads.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I think now we're going to move into tangent. And when we move into this, I want the listeners to understand what we're talking about. If any of you don't know, you can go on to One More MGTOW's channel, and you can see that he's done a reading of it. But Tangent is a piece of writing that was done by a self-published comic book producer from Canada by the name of Dave Sim. And I came across this guy, like I said before, about 2 years ago, only by name and by reputation as having done this sort of incredible self-published work of comics called Sirias. And I have not read a single issue. Even though I myself am a comic book fan, I have not read a single issue of this. But when I heard One More MGTOW's reading of Tangent, I had to look into it. So I want to read to you guys a little bit about who this guy is. And there's an article I found by a website called Comics Alliance. I'm going to put that into the chats as well. One More MGTOW. I bet Pornhub will be the next target. Yeah, we'll see. We will see.
No, they'll never go after pornography. They need pornography. They need to keep the men docile.
Yeah, maybe.
If they start pulling pornography, you're gonna have a lot of agitated, pissed off fucking 20-something-year-olds. They can't do it. Do it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so I sent the link there for an article by Comics Alliance, and it's titled Beginning at Aardvark, The Extraordinary and Controversial Career of Dave Sim. Remember the word controversial, because it's in itself controversial, and you'll see. Now, before we get started, we have been in the stream for almost 40 minutes. So, Nick, I think it's time for us to have a word from our sponsors.
Yep.
So we'll be right back after this word from our sponsors. Just stay tuned.
Old Max, we go everywhere together. Right, boy?
At Pet Stuffers, we know there's nothing like a relationship between a man and his dog. Sometimes you just can't let go.
Max, you didn't eat your food. That's the second week in a row. Max?
When the unspeakable happens, just put your four-legged friend in the refrigerator or freezer. Then call Pet Stuffers. We'll be there within a week to pick him up, and in less than a month he'll be back as good as new. Through an ancient Egyptian miracle process called taxidermy, you and your best friend will always be together.
Yeah, that's a good dog.
Pet Stuffers, when you just can't let go. And coming soon, grandparents forever.
Highlighted hair? Vacant brain dead look in your eyes? Something missing?
Complete the look.
Complete the look with men's eyeliner at Vice City's one-stop shop for people who are cool when they cry.
Wow, you look ambiguous.
Complete the look.
All right, we're back. All right, guys, I'm going to go right into the biography here. And this, again, is the biography of Dave Sim, based on the article that I've written you. I'll start from the beginning here. No other comic artist's legacy is as tough to nail down as that of Dave Sim. Born on this day, and the article that I'm reading from was published on May 17th, so I'm assuming that May 17th is Dave Sim's birthday. In 1956, as the creator of Sirias, Sim is one of the medium's biggest champions for creators' rights, a patron saint of self-publishing, a contender for the title of greatest living cartoonist, and a visionary who achieved something that seemed both crazy and impossible. Now, with that first paragraph, they really send him off as somebody incredible. But let me continue. Simultaneously, he's a lightning rod for controversy, the holder of a litany of contentious opinions that he's made one with his work, and he's often dismissed as a kook at best, disgusting at worst. Yet no matter what one thinks of Sim as a human being, there's no denying the white-hot sequential brilliance that emanates from one of comics' most controversial creators. In 1977, Dave Sim was getting some work as a cartoonist and illustrator for fanzines, and as a contributor to a few stories for the famous Star Reach, including an early triumph into the Steranko-like cosmics. Frustrated with the small number of opportunities available, Sim and his soon-to-be wife and future ex-wife, Denny Laubert, founded their own publishing enterprise, Aardvark Vanaheim, starting with the flagship series Cerebus, a sword and sorcery parody starring the titular anthropomorphic Aardvark. In the early days, it was pretty decent, well-made, adventurous, and funny, but overall just decent, commercially and critically a modest success. Now, first of all, this guy basically kind of championed the idea of being a self-published comic book producer. And there's a few points you have to take into here. He created the company with his, I guess at the time would have been his girlfriend, later married to, and then later divorced from. So just remember that when you start to understand what this guy went through. The article then goes on to say this, and I don't know if this is absolutely true because I only have two sources I'm working from, this one and Wikipedia, and Wikipedia doesn't mention this, but the article says about 2 years later, Sim took a bunch of LSD, went through a nervous breakdown, was committed to a mental institution, and declared that Cerebus would be 156 issues long and conclude in 2003, an absolutely insane benchmark for a self-published comic book, published black and white comic. I'm going to skip a little bit here. They say he went crazy enough to predict the quality of his work. Over the course of 300 issues, he developed into one of the most accomplished and innovative cartoonists of his era, maybe ever. Now, this is a lot of praise. This is a lot of praise for a guy that probably nobody's heard of when it comes to comic books. I mean, Nick, are you into comics at all?
Nope.
No. Okay. And I don't know how many listeners are into comic books, but this guy was not I never even heard of the guy until 2 years ago, when it casually came up in a conversation with other MGTOW people. Now, I didn't realize kind of what was behind the whole story of it, but he was a self-published comic book artist, a man. But it doesn't really get crazy. He wanted to be self-published, and he wanted to kind of challenge the ideas of publication and copyright. Now, I'm going to go skip ahead in this article.
He was a comic book activist.
An activist, for sure. Let's see. He had people help him. His comic books became better because he was starting to become more popular. As its commercial peak, Sirias sold over 35,000 copies an issue. 35,000 copies an issue.
A lot.
Holy
That's a lot.
Shit. Easily the most successful self-published comic. 35,000 copies an issue. That is easily 8 times better than what Marvel Comics is selling today with their feminist leaning SJW comic book.
And yet you never heard of the guy.
Yeah, and then we never heard of him. Unbelievable. No wonder he was on the radar. By the series conclusion, only about 3,000 issues remained, with most former fans citing Sim's entwining of his ideas. Okay, so he started to entwine his ideas with the narratives of his comics, and this is where he started kind of going crazy. Because once we get into Tangent, you'll understand why this article specifically is saying that, well, he started mixing his personal opinions and ideologies with his work, which I find incredibly hypocritical and ironic, considering that today the number one publishing house for comics, Marvel Comics, is pumping out headline issues with lesbian Latinos, Asian Incredible Hulks, and women Thor. Okay? This is what Marvel is doing today, and they're dying. Their entire industry on the comic sense is dying. And this article is criticizing the man for doing the exact same thing. Right?
Saying it's controversial what he's doing.
Saying it's what he's doing. Well, Marvel and now DC following suit, the two biggest comic book publishing companies in the world, are trying to sell you a lesbian Latino as a superhero, an Asian Hulk, and a woman Thor.
Are you being sarcastic about it? Is that really happening?
This is really happened. This is happening.
Oh my! I did not know that.
Yes, man. And we can talk about that all day if you want on another channel. But the point is, this website, this article is trying to paint him as being controversial, and a key to him losing money and losing audience is because, and whether or not he did lose audience, I'm not going to believe these guys, because you have to understand that any journalist for comic books today leans so far left that his head is tucked under Obama's nutsack. All right, so I wouldn't believe these guys. But the hypocrisy is incredible. And yes, Nick, Thor became a woman.
Lovely.
And not only did he become a woman, but in the actual pages of the comic book was written, "I am a feminist now." And I'm not shitting you. All right? So keep this in mind, guys, when we go through what this guy has written outside of his comic book history. Okay? Now, here it says, hold on, let me get back to where I was. Down here. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, escaping.
Concurrently, Sim became one of the medium's finest writers. For long stretches, Sirias was arguably the best written comic book. So this guy had this incredibly amazing run on comic book, but then suddenly And overnight, Sim would not became a misogynist. And here it is. Sim's entwining of his ideas and himself with the main narratives as the reason the work had become unreadable, and the majority of the comics reading world coming to the conclusion that Sim was a misogynist. Again, the author of this article, is saying that the majority of the comics reading world decided he was misogynist. That's total bullshit. It was a small minority that had jobs in publishing companies that decided he was a misogynist, and they sold that idea, and that's what he became. Okay? And again, the hypocrisy of these cunts that are now publishing mainstream comics, who have turned Thor into a feminist woman, are now saying the only reason you're not buying Thor comics anymore is because you're a misogynist. It's not because you've woven your ideologies with your narratives. No, not at all. Anyway, continuing, Sim would contend that he is not a misogynist because he says that he does not hate women. He argues that he is simply an anti-feminist. But, of course, in this day and age, you cannot oppose feminists without hating women. And in the world culture climate, such an opinion leads to vilification. But the specifics of his cosmology are deep and strange, and the prevailing opinion is that his rhetoric equates to hate speech. Okay, so this is what you're going to get from an article. Any comic book journalist is going to give you the slant that this man, the reason his comic books went to shit was, number one, he started weaving in the narrative, which was feminism, anti-feminism, which made him a woman hater. But number two, he also got into religion and theology and philosophy.
Well, he definitely stepped in it now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I was going through this. He ended up divorcing his wife in the 80s, but the tangent, the work we're going to kind of discuss today, he didn't publish it until 2001. So he was already 2 decades past the divorce.
Pre-MGTOW.
Yeah. Pre 2000, yeah, pre-MGTOW. I mean, if we want to judge MGTOW based on its Google hits, 2009 was the birth of MGTOW on the internet. The real birth of it. So 2001 he wrote this work, Tangent. It was 20 years after his divorce. And according to Wikipedia, he got into theology and philosophy in December of 96. His comic was still going pretty strong back then. And I'll read what it says here in the wiki. Following Sim's reading of the Bible and the Quran, beginning in December of 1996, Sim underwent a religious conversion from atheist secular humanism to his own mixture of the Abrahamic religions. Sim's beliefs are based on the premise that conflicts in Scripture are the result of an ongoing argument between the true male God and the Yahweh, a false female God. He lives a lifestyle of fasting, celibacy, prayer, and almsgiving, and considers scriptures from the Jewish, the Torah, and Nevi'im, Christian, the Gospel, Acts, and the Book of Revelation, and Islamic, the Quran, religions to be equally valid as the Word of God. He explored theological themes heavily in the later issues of Sirias. So yeah, he started talking about basically the negative nature and design of females, which we can call feminism. And he started talking about theology and philosophy in his comic books. So according to Thickheadopedia and these other people, he was suddenly a woman hater, and he lost his mind. Because there's nothing more controversial than criticizing women's behavior and actually discussing the existence of God. Right? So
yep.
For the listeners, this is definitely something that you guys need to look into. I suggest looking at the links. I'll send you the links to the Wikipedia article as well.
Theabsolute.net.
I think I sent the link already to the comic one. Yeah.
Well, why don't you go ahead and read Pre-Tangent, which I really enjoy reading. It's a good introduction to Tangent itself.
All right, so I'll read Pre-Tangent, and one more MGTOW's already here. He's done it, but I'm going to read it now. I want to look at entwining your ideas with the narratives of your stories called good storytelling. Absolutely. It is good storytelling. But I want to ask you a question one more, MGTOW. Have you read Marvel Comics published America, which is a lesbian Latino Captain Marvel? And have you read Female Thor? Because entwining those ideas into narratives did not result in good storytelling. Trust me. Now I'm going to read Pre-Tangent. Carol West resigned her position as Aardvark Vanaheim's administrative assistant, a very fancy feminist name for a very plain secretarial position. Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. And I don't intend that ironically. After inputting a first draught of Tangent Parts 1 and 2, her resignation, far from being either a surprise or a disheartening event to me, seemed just the latest example of feminism undermining its own 30-year-long campaign to be taken seriously as a societal movement by literally getting offended and leaving in a huff whenever it encounters any viewpoint which does not represent absolute capitulation to its own. At some point, whether the intervening period is measured in days, weeks, months, years, decades, or century, at some point, feminism will, I am sure, at long last be forced to face a number of hard questions about its total lack of intellectual foundation. Carol West can get offended and leave, but the hard questions remain. My feminist readers can roll their eyes theatrically, but
the hard question remains.
Yeah, the hard question remains. They can exhale noisily, but the hard question remains. They can snort derisively, but the hard questions remain. They can collectively turn their backs, but the hard questions
remain.
Yeah. The hard questions remain, man. I will. Do you want me to continue?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. In the arena of intellectual opinion, when it comes to these hard questions, asking Dave Sim, why do you hate women so much? Now, I want to stop here for a second. I want everybody listening to understand. I want to ask the question. Have you ever been asked that question?
I just had the question asked me not 48 hours ago. My best friend's wife heard our YouTube channel. She's definitely not a feminist. She's a relatively stable, decent person. And she asked me after listening to our live stream, why do you hate women so much? So I was just asked that question.
Well, there you go. I've been asked it as well. I've been asked it by good friends. I've been asked it by strangers.
For doing what? For pointing out the obvious?
Yeah.
For pointing out the worst aspects of women. I'm bringing forthright, bringing to the table women's worst characters.
Yes. Yeah. I've been asked why do I hate women so much when I've simply stated that 70% of marriages are instigated by women, and that doesn't include marriages that stay together because men are too scared to leave. You can't. The moment you bring stuff like that up, you're a woman hater. So, but anyway, I like how Dave Sim responds to this when they ask him why do you hate women so much. He says it's irrelevant when my subject is feminism's lack of sound intellectual footing. To ask why do you hate women so much is irrelevant. It's irrelevant whether I hate women. It's irrelevant whether I love women. It is irrelevant whether I consider women in any emotional context whatsoever. Just as when my question is directed toward feminism's lack of sound intellectual footing, it is irrelevant whether I hate ice cream, whether I love ice cream, or whether I consider ice cream in any emotional context whatsoever. All that is relevant when the issue at hand is my contention that feminism lacks a sound intellectual foundation. All that is relevant, germane, and or pertinent is the intellectual foundation or lack of same upon which feminism rests. Now again, another thing to point out here is that Sim uses the word feminism to describe the worst of female behavior, which is fine. But the problem is when you use that word, it identifies it with the ideological movement. The movement that apparently has a number of phases. wait, what do they call it? Waves of feminism? The first wave, the second wave, the third wave.
The anarcho wave, yeah. There's
Yeah.
multiple waves. The anarchy waves. Yeah,
Yes.
there's a lot to it, right?
So when you use the word feminism to describe the worst attributes of femininity, it becomes political. It becomes this ideological thing. It separates itself from all women. When you use the word feminism, it separates the worst of femininity from all women, and it puts it into this ideological basket where you can point at a woman and go, she's a feminist because, I don't know, her hair is dyed a different color, or she's overweight, or she's loud, right? So
Or unattractive.
yeah, or just very, very unattractive. But this but this is what Dave Sim is doing. He's using that word, and I think this by calling him a misogynist is doing him a favor, because he's actually, by using the word feminism, he's leaving out a large portion of the female population. I mean,
Right. He's focusing. He's honing in on one aspect of women. You know, he's focusing on the political agenda to it.
Yeah, absolutely. So he uses that word. He could have been a hell of a lot worse. He could have said something like, "Why do you hate?" It's irrelevant when my subject is how horrible women are. He could have said that. All right.
Well, again, he went through a divorce. I'm sure he was still, when he wrote Tangent, it was about 15 years after his divorce. So I'm sure he's still ruminating over the thought of her. He's still quite mad. We don't know what his relationship with her after the divorce was. I mean, she could have still been nagging him, demanding things, calling him, every week. I'm obviously reflecting on my own parents' marriage, on what their relationship is like. That even though my mother is out of my father's life, she still is in fact in his life.
Yes. Yeah, and obviously, and I mean, anybody that's been through that can understand kind of what he must have been going through.
A lot of hatred. I mean, if reading Tangent again, there's a lot of animosity written in Tangent. I mean, what's the title? Tangent. He's going on a tangent.
He's going on a tangent, yeah.
Right.
And and again, like I said, they are doing him a disservice by calling him misogynist, because the guy never really. And if you criticize feminism, according to all women, pretty much every woman, you are criticizing all women. Okay, especially the ones that lean left. If you criticize feminism, you're criticizing all women, which is absolutely not true. When you criticize feminism, again, you're criticizing the intellectual footing of an ideology. Okay, but this man, Dave Sim, could have done a hell of a lot worse. And if I was writing this, I probably would have said it's irrelevant when my subject is the horrible behavior of all women. All right, now that is worth getting called a misogynist. But again, it doesn't matter. As long as you use the catchphrase feminism, you are a misogynist. Now I'm going to finish the last bit here. Again, talking about feminist arguments, or all women's argument. Walking away is not relevant. Rolling one's eyes theatrically is not relevant. Snorting derisively is not relevant. It seems to me that after 30 years, 30 years, he wrote this in 2001, right? So what? He was in the 70s?
When he wrote Tangent?
No. He wrote it in 2001. He published it in 2001. Yeah. But this is a culmination of 30 years, according to him here. So starting in the 70s. And that's when he was getting his comic book shit off the ground, and that's when his wife, soon-to-be ex-wife, was his co-founder of his company. So he says, it seems to me that after 30 years, all thinking people must be coming to realize that these reactions, far from constituting a defense of feminism, lead inescapably in the contrary direction. They lead inescapably to the fact that feminism has no sound intellectual foundation. I would like to rephrase that and say that the worst part of women and femininity has no sound intellectual foundation. That in fact feminism has only its own rapidly dwindling momentum and the sheer chutzpah Oh, and I remember when you read that.
That's Yiddish.
Yeah, it's Yiddish. I remember when one more MGTOW read it. He called it chutzpah, but it's actually chutzpah.
Chutzpah, hey. Big one more big cow. What are you, a hermit?
Nerve and inherent unreasoning contrariness of its perpetrators and its foundation as its sole line of defense, as its single raison d'etre, as its solitary rationale. So, okay, anybody reading this tangent coming from this amazing guy who wrote these incredible comic books, who's a guy kind of like you and I, who has a creative streak, but was challenged in his life by women, and a woman that he was eventually became his wife, who helped found his publishing company and then have it kind of torn asunder from a divorce. I think we can all relate to that. I don't know. I've been married and divorced, so I can relate to that, and I can relate to how you kind of have these rose-colored glasses on when you get married and think that everything you do together is going to somehow work out together, but it doesn't.
Well, yeah. Again, the whole idea. One way I like to look at marriage is that you have a teammate to go through life with, and
Yes.
when your teammate completely backstabs you and switches to the other team and takes all your money, you're going to be left pretty jaded.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd like to just give a little bit of an anecdotal story here, which is comic book related, that maybe people that know me and my channel before have heard before, but I want to bring it up here because it does have to do with comics. In my, I'd say second year of marriage, my son was about almost 2 years old. I had moved in with my mother-in-law as in preparation to find and buy a house. And at that time, I had started creating my own comic books, and I was working with Indonesian artists, and I had collected and amassed at least 5 solid issues ready to be published of comic books that I wrote. I did not do the artwork because I'm a shitty artist. That I had written and was ready to produce, okay, because I had the money. And one day, my soon-to-be ex-wife, while I was away, oh, get this, I was away at the masjid, at the mosque, praying, praying to
Converting to a religion, buying her a house,
converting to a religion that she was born into, so that I could better understand her family and her life, right? So while I was away doing this, she went onto my computer and deliberately deleted thousands of hours of work and thousands of dollars of work that I had put into creating these comic books. Yeah. And her reason, I wasn't paying enough attention to her.
Well, you should have known better. What a fucking bigot, misogynist piece of shit you are.
Absolutely. I'm an absolute misogynist for that. And it was at that moment that I realized that I had made a huge mistake. So, anyway.
Whoa. And how long did you stay with her after that when you realized that?
When I realized she had deleted it, you know what I did? I packed up my shit, went downstairs and told her mother, I'm moving out. And I'll see you in a couple months. So I did. I went and found a little room and I moved out and I went and tried to recover as much of that work I could. But that was the end of the work. I mean, it really...
How many words was it? You have any idea?
Oh, God, man. It was hundreds of hours of not just words, but editing. I was doing a lot of the not the artwork, but I was doing all the narration and the bubbles. I mean, tons and tons of hours of work and just writing and words. I don't know how many words.
All those hours should have been spent you working to give her money and her mother money.
I had tons of money. I was buying a house. I had a shitload of money.
Not enough, damn it.
I was paying for her mother's debts. I paid off all her mother's debts too. Her mother had all these horrible credit card debts. I'm like, here, I'll pay them off. Done. It wasn't enough, man. It's never enough.
No, it's never enough. No.
It's never enough, and so I feel for this dude, man. I really do. I connect with it.
But she helped him, foster his whole comic books. With what did it say that she made the website for him? Well, not website, but she was the publisher, correct?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So she had a vested interest in this also.
But apparently not. Not enough. Wait, hold on. One more MGTOW. You're calling my name here. As a longtime Thor fan, I couldn't touch the female Thor stuff. Look, man, Marvel is on the brink of bankruptcy because of leftist politics in their narratives, in their storytelling. So it doesn't work. It doesn't work both ways. I mean,
well, they're all coming down now. Facebook's in big trouble. I think Facebook is actually now. I don't see that its stock rising any further anymore. I mean, it's peaked. It's peaked. The Twitter is peaked. YouTube is peaked.
I think so.
Facebook is peaked. Marvel comic books has peaked. Disney has peaked. All these things have peaked.
I think
you
so.
You can't keep going. You're beating dead horses. Like, no, the people are not going along with it anymore. And now with Trump going in the complete opposite direction, I don't know when it will end. I don't know what's gonna break the camel over its back. Is that the figure of speech? I think it is,
the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now I'm gonna. What I want to do for you guys now, after I've read that introduction, I just want to quickly go through a part of this tangent part 1, which he calls, what did he call it again? It was
women's right to choose. Women's right to choose.
No, he called it a bunch of crazy things to believe. Okay, here it is. Impossible things to believe before breakfast. This was an interesting thing. It's a point form, so we'll just quickly go through it, and I want you guys to hear it and understand. And I also want to kind of plug my own work at this point, because I did a video way back in 2015, maybe 2016, called MGTOW and the Brown Rape Terror. And I did kind of a similar thing where I took a list from an Indonesian website about what men expect from their women. It was like 1 through 25, and I counted them down, and I said, this is what a Muslim man expects from his woman. And I went down through the list, and it was in response to the whole idea that, oh my God, the poor women's in Asia are getting raped by the Muslims. We got to protect the women's again. Protect the women's. They're innocent. But the whole point is that European women have gotten away from their men, and the Muslim men were putting them in their place. So I went down this list and said, this is what Muslim men expect from their women. Do you agree? And what it did was it turned the whole logic around on a lot of these people and said, you know what, actually, I kind of wish I was one of those Muslim men and had that much control over my woman. So if you guys want to go back to that, go in my list and look up MGTOW and the Brown Rape Terror, because it is relevant to what I'm about to read off from Dave Sim's work here. But before we do, Nick, are you there?
Yes.
Before we do, we need to go back to our
sponsors.
So we'll be right back after a message from our sponsors.
Howdy, partner. It's 4:30 in the morning here at Farewell Ranch, and it's time to get up and work the old cow.
With the dog.
Get up, you At Farewell Ranch, old people don't sit around stagnating, watching game shows and talking about the good old days, sinking into the grave in a urine-soaked mess. At Farewell Ranch, they sweat and toil until breaking point to keep that miserable contemplation of mortality at bay. Hell, steering time, we'll work Grandpa so hard he'll wish he was dead. At the end of the day, he'll sit down in the bluegrass, eat a bowl of commemorative beans, and enjoy sing-alongs at one of our nightly funerals. It's the Cowboys code. Work hard, don't shower, and die in your boots. Right, Norm? My prostate. Farewell Ranch, the only way to ride into the sunset.
Okay. All right, guys. All right, I'm going to read I'm going to read his impossible things to believe before breakfast. Point form, and we can discuss it as we go through it. Yeah, sorry I didn't mute myself for running the ad. I'm still getting used to this shit. All right, so here we go. Tangents 1, impossible things to believe before breakfast form. Actually, let me give it a little introduction here. Basically, in the first part of Tangents, he's going into he gets a little bit into homosexuality, abortion, the difference between men and women, and the
correlation with the homosexuals in the modeling with supermodels. That was quite fascinating. I did not know anything about that until I read Tangent.
Explain which part?
Where the whole, the Vogue magazine, Victoria's Secret models, all that is controlled by homosexual fashion designers.
Yeah.
And that the homosexuals pretty much starve these women as a way of suppressing their women's sexuality. If you look at supermodels, they look almost androgynous. They are very attractive specimens of humans, but they have no tits, they have no ass, they're very anemic looking. Why is that? And in Tangent, he discusses the reason why that is.
Yeah. Yes, actually, here, let me read this little part before we get into the impossible things. He says, I sense that my situation with feminism is comparable to that of a pre-1989 writers faced with the task of debunking communism. How extensive, lengthy, and intricate an explanation can one pursue in explaining that 2 plus 2 do not equal 5, but in fact equal 4, without, even in one's own view, treading well within the lunatic borders of the excruciatingly self-evident. I suspect that feminism, like communism, must be allowed to strut and fret its hour upon the stage, playing out its manifold absurdities until even the most ardent and most willfully ignorant true believer comes to realize, as has happened with communism, that there is no there. Wait a second. Have the true believers of communism realized that there is no there? Because he wrote this in 2001, and today in 2018, I see a lot of people trying to support feminism. Communism. Do we not?
I would imagine so.
I mean, Antifa to me is like the first steps toward communism, but I don't know.
Well, so, who is Antifa? We're gonna go off a little bit of a sidetrack. What is Antifa? Who are they? What's their demographic? What's the age group? Right, exactly. So are you going to take them seriously?
No, I wouldn't take them
seriously. The only way you
can
take them seriously if they start pushing laws that support their narrative, which is taking place.
Yeah, it's happening. Exactly what we just talked about with the whole fucking the law against Craigslist.
Right, and then you have the corporation arm in it. Right, there is no more invisible hand there's no more invisible hand in the free market, and Trump is completely, despite all Trump's talk, he is still we're still going down the path which the people of North America do not wish to go down.
Mm-hmm. So, when it comes to the there of communism, he talks like, communism was big and then it burned out and now it's just a joke, but it's not. I mean, it almost seems like feminism is a revival of it, and I don't see feminism burning out, man. I don't see it burning out.
It'll burn out once the millennial generation are childless. That's when it burns out.
Yeah, you're right. When there's nobody left to replace you, it'll burn out real fast.
Right. Well, who's going to replace the feminists?
Nobody.
Right. Exactly. So it's a genocide of feminists.
Cats and dogs. All right, I'm going to read through these now, starting with number 1. Again, impossible things to believe before breakfast. A mother who works a full-time job and delegates to strangers the raising of her children 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, does just a good job as a mother who hand rears her children full-time. Correct?
All right, yep.
Nobody would agree with that. except for a feminist, I suppose. Number 2, it makes it makes great sense for the government to pay $10,000 to $15,000 a year to fund a daycare space for a child, so its mother, who pays perhaps $2,000 in taxes, can be a contributing member of society. And you know what? This goes into what we talked about in our last discussion, last Sunday, with the amount of work that women put into the economy and to tax compared to what men do. And again, these 2 points are coming after him criticizing public education and daycare, saying that it's a load of shit, which again also applies to sort of a more, what do you call it, conservative position. Or what
that a mother should raise it?
Yeah, the mother should be at home.
Children.
The mother should be at home to raise the kids.
I don't know how that's conservative. It just seems like logical thinking. Shouldn't the baby be around its own family versus a state-run daycare center where children are raised like hens, like little chicklets?
Yes, no, absolutely, I agree. I totally agree. But not conservative. What's the word I'm looking for?
Traditional.
Traditional. There we go.
Not regressive.
Traditional is regressive. Yeah, it's not progressive. Progressive is mommy and daddy are your daddy and mommy. That's progressive.
Right. Daddy has a boyfriend.
Yeah.
Let's write a book about it. Who's mommy's new friend?
Yeah. Progressive is daddy's a mommy and mommy's a daddy. That's progressive.
Why is daddy staying home and mommy's working?
Why does mommy have a penis? That's progressive.
Well, I like that. That's sustainable thinking.
Holy Christ. But yeah, so women, again, he's touching on a very MGTOW subject of gynocentrism and hypergamy and women behavior, where women traditionally, since the dawn of recorded history, have contributed very little into the society as far as the economy and any kind of wealth. Very, very little. Whereas men did not just the lion's share, the 90% of the share. It hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. It has not changed.
Well, off topic a little bit. Do you think there's going to be like another wave of feminism coming? Like, what's the next wave? Do you find maybe down the line?
I don't think they keep. Right now they say
what's going to solve this feminist problem? What wave are we in? You know the wave.
Well, no. I've heard people say it's a fourth wave. I mean, there never has been. In my opinion, there's never been a wave. There's been one wave, and one wave has been a Marxist philosophy that has hijacked the vagina. That's the one wave, and it's still here. It's still
okay. So what's going to correct the fourth wave? What can we see on the horizon with women? Because it's not over. So what is really going to be the next major wave? That is something that needs to be brought to discussion.
Okay, what I believe is going to. I don't know what the next wave will be, but I do know what will stifle the wave. There's only one thing. There's only one.
Men go their own way.
Not just men going their own way. Men going their own way won't stifle the wave. It'll diminish it. It'll diminish its effect. But to actually reduce the wave, you need to popular media and social media has to be completely fucking reinvented. Because that's where it exists. 100% is where it exists. I mean, if you go out on the street and you talk feminism, people are kind of laissez-faire, blah. It all exists in fucking media, man. It exists in movies, comic books, television, and social media. The very platform.
Soho District in Manhattan, yeah. San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
San Francisco, sorry.
Absolutely.
So the question is though, when I don't see. I honestly don't think another wave is going to come. I think we're just going to stay on this course where we're at. I don't see another maybe going very full-blown conservative, where the feminist and the ultra-right religious groups will merge together, like we were discussing with Craigslist and the human trafficking, and how that's been the Republican woman that pushed forward this agenda, banning the casual encounter section in Craigslist. She was part of the ultra-religious right. And you could see those two forces merging together, pushing the narrative that men are bad and men are engaging in human sex trafficking.
Well, okay, 2 points that one more MGTOW made is women are collectivist. Absolutely. Collectivism is socialism. It is Marxism. It is communism. Women are the talking heads of Marxism, socialism. You can't have it without women. You can't. You can't have an exodus from the God-given Garden of Eden without Eve being a collectivist. You can't. I mean,
well, my impression, however, that a couple of things have in fact persisted through all these waves and permutations. It's like an emphasis on empowerment, which is why you got Thor, Asian Hulk. I'm sorry, what was it? You have a female
Asian
Hulk,
female Thor, and the Captain Marvel lesbian Latino. Then that's just three. There's many more.
Right, so we can boil it down to kind of just two basic things: is empowerment and men are to blame. That's been persistent through all the waves of feminism.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one more MGTOW says the next wave of feminism is end of civilization. End of civilization.
Who's civilization? Who? Western civilization.
Yeah, civilizations are separated by large swaths of land and water. So, I mean, who knows?
Let me go at you real quick. I want to banter with you a little bit.
Sure.
We're gonna do this. Ayam.
Sure.
You be a Western feminist, and I'm a simpleton Indonesian 21-year-old girl. Okay, and I want you to promote feminism to me as an Indonesian woman. Can you do that for me? I'm gonna rebuttal to you as an Indonesian female.
Okay, as a Western feminist, I would say, why are you being forced to stay at home and raise the children? You should have a choice in what you do in your life. You should be able to go out and get a job doing whatever you want. Make your own money.
Why do I want a job?
Because it's something that will empower you as a human being. It will make you a better, stronger human being, a better woman.
But don't I want to stay home with my family, take care of the baby, and have a man go and work for me and do all that stuff? Why do I have to go and work?
But don't you see how that oppresses you? You see, it makes you a slave to the man. He has all the power. You are stuck at home. How does he
have power? I have power over him. He's the one working for me.
Because you can't spend your own money. And it's a weakness for women to raise children. It's an absolute weakness. Look, the more I do this, the more it goes into bullshit. It just becomes more and more hyperbolic bullshit. Like I can't.
Right, you see how the conversation breaks down.
Yeah,
like we couldn't even get that further.
It's snake oil.
We couldn't go any further. Sorry.
It's snake oil, but it's effective, man. It's been effective.
But they make it sound like those women don't have a choice, when in fact they have a choice. I can choose this guy, or I can choose that guy, I can choose this guy.
The question is, the question is the snake oil I'm selling these women convincing enough that I can fool them into thinking that they have no choice? And it is. It's worked. It's worked very well. And when you consider that it is done through post-secondary education, you're talking about a hammering of ideology for a better part of every day that these women go to school. I mean, it is brainwashing. It's conditioning. I mean, it's one thing to you're not gonna be able to stand on a soapbox in in some kampung in central Java and convince the neighborhood wives to become feminists. But you can go into Jakarta and infiltrate the post-secondary education there and convince a lot of these girls to come out and go, yeah, I want to be like those Canadian girls. And I've seen it. I've personally seen it. And it's pretty fucking sad.
And now, I don't know about you, but in Cambodia, they seem to resent and not have a lot of respect for Western females.
Well,
they see the tattoos. They see the tattoos. They see the drinking, the debauch. Now, mind you, what Cambodian and women of the third world see on TV is how loose and wild Western women are, and they look at it and say, "Well, thank God we're not like that." They have abortions. We don't want to have abortions. Mm-hmm. We have a baby. They view once you're carrying a child, even if it's a little baby fetus, a little knuckle, they consider that a baby. They consider it a living being.
Well, I don't know how it is in Cambodia, but in Indonesia, the more educated the woman, the more she'll lean toward feminism. So I mean, I've taught all sorts of women in that country, different ages, different education levels, and the more post-secondary they have. Actually, most of the students that I had when I was teaching at a university, I still talk to a lot of them today. I mean, not regularly, but I mean, I occasionally spit messages back and forth, and they're they lean very far left compared to, say, a girl I might have taught in a English language school, an ESL school in the city. So the more educated these women are, the more feminized they are. And that's not an accident. It infiltrates even the deep jungles of Borneo. Jakarta, yeah.
My cousin, my kissing cousin.
My kissing cousin. My kissing cousin. Oh, God. Anyway, I got stories about kissing cousins, but we'll go on here. Number 3, a woman's doctor has more of a valid claim to participate in the decision to abort a fetus than does the father of that fetus.
That's understandable.
Very true. A woman's doctor does have more valid claim to participate in the decision to abort a fetus than does the father. It's not just true here. It's true in Indonesia. It's true in a developing nation.
Too much of the world.
Yeah, it's very gynocentric, the world. And it's sad. It's very fucking sad. See, so if the father goes, you know what? I want that kid. If the mother says, I'm going to kill this kid, I'm going to commit murder, because it is murder. It is absolutely murder. And I will get into some of Sim's opinions on abortion because they're fucking fantastic. His argument against abortion is fantastic. But if a woman says, I want to commit murder by killing my own child, the world stands up and applauds. Now, if the father says, whoa, wait a second, I'll save that kid's life and I'll take him, the world tells him to sit down. Okay, so that's how far we've gone into fucking Sodom and Gomorrah here. All right, number 4, so long as a woman makes a decision after consulting with her doctor, she is incapable of making an unethical choice. Now we're getting into ethics. When we talk about secularism and humanism, ethics go out the window. So now we're talking about ethics. As long as a woman goes, hey doc, I want to kill the person inside of me, and the doc goes, you do it, sister, then it's an ethical choice, right? Right?
Yep.
Absolutely. Okay. Now, all right. I want to go into his abortion rant here. Okay.
Yep.
Because I've done it. I had my eyes open many years ago about abortion from another MGTOW guy whose name was 6 Cents, and I did a few talks with him. People can go back and listen to them, but he called abortion, to me, he called it fuck up control for women. That was his. He basically said there is no argument for abortion. There is no excuse for it. It is fuck up control for women who have no concept of morality or ethics. It's just complete fuck up control. And the reason he said that is because a woman, at the time of him saying it, and I agree, I believe still until today, a woman has access to a dozen or more forms of contraceptive to avoid pregnancy, and that does not include, what do you call it when you don't have sex?
Celibacy?
Yes, that doesn't include celibacy. I would simply say that in every moment where sex is an option, you can simply cross your legs. It's a choice. It's an absolute choice every woman has.
Yeah, I think but here's one thing I believe is that all women, subconsciously or consciously, all want to get knocked up.
Well, there's the biological drive of reproduction. And I mean, it's the reason why you get a hard-on, man. I mean, if we're going to go that far, we have strong biological drives. Very strong. And they're there for a reason. We're here, we were put here by our Creator to spread, to reproduce and spread out around the world. And so, because of that, we have a very strong biological drive to reproduce. That's why sex is not a game. It's very serious. It's a strong, strong biological drive. But the beauty of it, and again, Sims goes into this, is that, and I've argued this before, sex is unnecessary for the individual to live out a full and healthy life. Sex is necessary to create a new life, but once that new life is created,
you don't need it anymore.
You don't need it in order to maintain your own vitality in life. You do not need it. It is not a biological need like eating, breathing, and drinking. Okay? So when it comes down to sex and sexuality, and this goes into the homosexuality argument of Dave Sims, is that you always have a choice of whether to fuck or not. It doesn't matter if you're sticking your dick in a vagina, a man's asshole, or an animal, or a hole in the ground. It's your choice. It is a choice. It is not a genetic necessity. And that can't be argued against. It's a reality. So when it comes to abortion, after having chosen not to cross her legs, a woman then, through the genius of male ingenuity and science and medicine, has access to very cheap or completely free forms of birth control, which include IUDs, morning after, birth control, and on and on and on. You can look it up. There's a list of at least a dozen forms. After failing all of that, which is her choice, to take that medication, to use those precautions to cross her legs, after failing all of those choices available to her, she's now stuck with a pregnancy. Is her only choice after that an abortion? Well, absolutely not.
No,
Now,
she can have the kid.
She can have the kid. She can adopt. There are many choices.
No, she has doggies now, AM. She has puppy dog. And you should bring up Tangent and when he talks about the dogs, that women are intellectually mental capacity is that of a fucking dog, an animal that licks its own asshole.
Yeah. But this is the point: is that women have always have a choice from the moment of legs together or apart. From that very moment, woman is in control of her own reproduction. A woman's right to choose. It's always there. She's always had it. It's always been her free will to do what she will. And even up to the very point of pregnancy, she still has a choice not to commit murder. She has the choice not to commit murder. She can keep the child. She can give it to the fucking man. She can even put it up for adoption. But yet, abortion is out of control. Which, again, it makes
let's sidetrack little notage here as far as your stance on abortion. What if they did not have Planned Parenthood? Okay, now let's be real about this. Most people that go to Planned Parenthood are African Americans. You do know that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's say there was no Planned Parenthood, and then you have all these illegitimate children running around. What do you think American society would have been like if it wasn't for Planned Parenthood's implementation from the 70s until now? See, you don't want to. This is where I disagree with a lot of the fundamental religious. Is that you're saying what you want is all those crackheads from 1978 to like 1985 that had fucking children. You have any idea what the murder rate in the U.S. would be like right now if it wasn't for Planned Parenthood?
Absolutely not. Because if you eliminate that free access to fucking commit murder, then you automatically put into the realm of their lives a responsibility. They don't
bullshit. They're gonna give it up. They're gonna give it up for adoption.
Yes.
Or orphanage.
Give it up to an adoption.
Okay.
Or orphanage.
And what do you think is gonna happen? What kind of psychological damage is that child going to go through?
Dude.
Already he's illegitimate. My parents gave me away. I don't know who my real parents are.
Dude.
Look what just happened in Florida with that kid who was given up away for adoption. He shot up an entire school.
Dude, the one thing that 99% of the shooters have in common is they were raised by a single fucking mother. Not given up for adoption. Not raised in a loving home. Being given up for adoption at least puts you in the writing for both parents.
How many of them would have wind up in a loving home, being a reject?
A hell of a lot more than would be today raised by single mothers.
You do know it's easier. It's easier to adopt a kid from another country than it is to adopt within your own.
Exactly, that's my whole point. It's easier to abort than to adopt. I mean, we're living in a sick society. The decisions that need to be made can't thrive in a society that we have today. If your incentive is abort, and all your money is being put into abortion. You're paying doctors to abort. You're paying for easy access to abort. Everything, every resource that women don't even put into society is being put into abortion. Then there is no infrastructure for the alternative. And that's where we're living. So if you want the alternative infrastructure to be strong, you need to get rid of the easy access to abortion. And then you will see a huge change. An absolute huge change. And you know what's funny? You can say all you want, like, oh, what about all these people who were adopted and they have horrible lives? There's not enough data. Not enough data exists to say that claim can be true. But you know what data does exist? Is single motherhood. Now that data is out of control. We have lots of it. And single motherhood leads to drug abuse, pedophilia, crime. It leads to dropouts of school, no education. That data exists and it is fucking horrendous. You can speculate on what might happen if suddenly we allowed for children to be adopted into other parents, but that data doesn't exist because that option doesn't exist. So if you want to argue that, make the change first. Now I'm going to go into the regular scheduled list of impossible things to believe before breakfast. Number 5, a car with 2 steering wheels, 2 gas pedals, and 2 brakes drives more efficiently than a car with 1 steering wheel, 1 gas pedal, and 1 brake. Which is obviously why marriage should always be an equal partnership, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
You remember that? Have you ever driven a car with 2 steering wheels?
Well, it's when my parents were raising me and my brother, when my father used to reprimand us, my mother would step in and say the complete opposite. And my father would scream and yell, saying, "Stop undermining me." As you would always undermine what my father was saying, always.
Yeah, absolutely.
The perfect example.
I think that anybody that has had two parents can understand exactly what you just said. I bet you. Anybody. Okay, number 6. It's absolutely necessary for women to be allowed to join or participate fully in any gathering place for men, just as it's absolutely necessary that there be women-only environments from which men are excluded. This is MGTOW written all over it. Are you there? Hello? Nick? Nick?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. I was in the bathroom. Didn't want to hear you guys me pissing.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, so this one has MGTOW written all over it. Women being allowed to participate in any gathering place for men, but it's also necessary that there is women-only environments. I don't even know where to begin with this because it's everywhere. Any space that's dedicated to men has to be eliminated, 100%.
Yeah, they've burrowed their way into every little thing. I mean, it's even in the NFL now. I mean, how much further? The military. Yeah. Anything that involves masculinity, they somehow invaded it, and they want to change it to accommodate them.
Yeah. Which, in the end, is a detriment to the lives of everyone, unfortunately. Because when you have female fighters...
Chicks in cockpits.
Yeah.
Chicks in submarines, white women in submarines.
Yeah. Because anytime you have, let's say, a female firefighter that can't lift up a full-grown man, 2 people are going to die in a fire. It's that simple. Number 7, because it involves taking jobs away from men and giving them to women, affirmative action makes for a fair and more just society. Of course, this is very MGTOW. Again, before MGTOW's time, remember this, Dan Simmons is writing this in 2001. Affirmative action. Look where it's gotten us. Can we sing the praises of affirmative action today?
Well, we build bridges that kill 6 people.
That's right. We talked about that last week. Feminist bridge, the bridge that feminism built. 6 people dead. Affirmative action. Number 8, it is important to have lower physical standards for women fire persons and women police persons so that one day half of all fire persons and police persons will be women, thus more effectively protecting the safety of the public. We just discussed that. That's affirmative action. It's all the same thing. Number 9, affirmative action at colleges and university needs to be maintained now that more women than men are being enrolled in order to keep from giving men an unfair advantage academically. Men are failing in post-secondary school, and in middle and secondary school, men are suffering and failing because the entire system is gynocentric and based on a level where if women succeed, then the curriculum must be succeeding. It's fucking horrible. I've seen that firsthand as a teacher. Number 10, having ensured that there is no environment for men where women don't belong. See number 6. It's important to have zero tolerance for any expression or action which any woman might regard as sexist to ensure greater freedom for everyone. Wow.
Well, what's a way of keeping women out of a men's domain is being truthful, being grotesque, and being pretty much masculine. That's the only way you can keep them out.
Yes.
But what happens is once they somehow infiltrate, they hear what you're saying, and they scream and yell. They want hate speech laws. They want to get rid of the First Amendment in the United States because you're hurting feelings. I mean, Gamergate. I don't know if you're familiar with Gamergate.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar.
Gamergate is a prime example of women going into a man's domain where men are being men, being disgusting, locker room talk,
Yep.
and women want to change it. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, a FPS first-person shooter for Xbox Live has now implemented hate speech laws. That if you're saying the wrong thing on Xbox Live, they turn your account down. They shut down your account.
Which would have never existed if men only were playing those games. None of that would
Right.
have existed. Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't aware of that specifically, but again, it does not surprise me at all.
Well, now you boycott Xbox. Now you hurt that whole industry.
Yeah.
Up now, I don't buy the video game. I'm not allowed to speak my mind. I'm not allowed to say "fuck you, faggot" over
Yeah.
Xbox Live.
Okay,
Well, now I don't buy the game.
So I want to understand. I'm curious as to what's going to happen, because when you're saying I'm going to boycott this, I'm going to boycott that, people are trying to boycott YouTube. People are trying to boycott Twitter. People are trying to boycott Facebook, and they're going to other platforms which are struggling to survive. That's one example. People are boycotting Marvel. Marvel is now charting to change its policies, or trying to, or pretending to, because they're losing so much money. And I'm starting to wonder, is there enough money for them to lose in order for this to kill itself? Or
No.
I don't think so. I honestly don't think so. You're right. I don't think they have enough money to lose. I think they can steer the ship straight ahead into oblivion, and no amount of protesting by us.
Well, the
consumers.
idea is, we go back to what you used to discuss in earlier live chats, is that they want to kill it. They
Yes.
want to kill Star Wars.
Mhm.
They want to drive it into the ground so it doesn't exist. It's not even about losing money. They just want to kill it outright.
Yeah.
Same thing with the NFL. Same thing what's going on in Disney. Same thing that's going on with Marvel comic books.
Now I'm wondering if what we're witnessing today, and I've hinted at this before, are we witnessing the dawning years of communist Russia? Is this what they went through? Did they watch the slow decay of the arts? Did they see the ballet? Did they see the literature? Did it slowly decay to the point where it was destroyed completely?
It seemed like it happened much quicker.
It does. It does seem like it happened quicker, and maybe it happened quicker because of the industry at the time, the technology at the time. Maybe it's a slower burn now, you know. But I sometimes wonder if I was to go back in time, you know, to early 20th century Russia, would I be seeing the same shit occurring?
In 1909 in Moscow, what were you witnessing?
Yeah. I'm wondering, like, would I see the great literature of the time just being destroyed deliberately in front of my face?
No, well, I know a little bit more about the rise of Nazi Germany, and it was a small faction of radicals.
Yeah.
Look at Antifa. All right, look at like John Birch Society. It's a small faction within your society, and the overriding majority of the people are just laughing at it, and they don't take it seriously. And like, oh, those stupid brown shirts, you just gotta ignore them. They're just a bunch of quacks. And that's kind of what our attitude is right now in North America. You know, the people that Jordan Peterson is fighting off. No one can take these transgenders seriously. But if you give them guns, if you start passing legislation that protects them, and this goes back to what I don't like, Blue Lives Matter.
Right.
Again, you're walking right into the trap. These moderate right Fox News news listeners are going right into the trap where you're running to the police, and the government is passing laws that the police must enforce now.
All right, let me finish these off here. Only in a society which maintains a level of 95% of alimony and child support being paid by men to women can men and women be considered as equals. Again, countercentric narrative, the Duluth model. For some reason, women have to be in charge of raising children, and if women choose to eliminate the men from their lives, then they can the only way men can support them is by being a fucking donkey and giving them money. Holy shit, does that have to end? Number 12, number 12, an airline stewardess who earned $20,000 a year at the time she was married, that she married a baseball player earning $6 million a year, is entitled, in the event of a divorce, to $3 million for each year of the marriage and probably more. It's just, oh Christ. You know, and again, this is gynocentrism, because no woman is going to support any levy or law that thwarts this idea. No woman. I don't give a fuck if she's the most Republican ex-porn star or the most disgusting, fat, dyed-haired feminist. No woman is going to say, you know what, we need to get rid of this alimony and support for women through divorce. We need to get rid of it. No woman is going to support that. None.
Well, if more and more people reject marriage, again, if more and more men reject marriage, you're going to put the whole divorce industry out of business. That will make a huge change.
Yes. And that's what's happening. You know, that's what's happening. Number 13, a man's opinion on how to rear and raise a child are invalid because he is not the child's mother. However, his financial obligation is greater because no woman gets pregnant by herself.
Yeah, you gotta love it.
Number 14, disagreeing with any of these statements makes you anti-woman and or misogynist. And that was the last of Sim's things before breakfast, impossible things to believe before breakfast. He ended on 14, and his final statement was basically, these truths that I'm telling you today will make, if you agree with me, if you agree with what I'm saying, you hate women. Welcome to the club. Welcome to
and mind you, this was almost 2 decades ago when he wrote that.
Yes.
Amazing, right? So we have Esther Villa's, Manipulated Man, which is what, 40 plus years ago?
Yeah,
what is
early
it? Almost
70s.
50 years. Yeah, almost 50 years old.
Yeah.
And now you have this, 30 years later. And he wrote this. He says feminism has been around 30 years.
Yeah.
And he says, where is this all going to end? And he's claiming 20 years ago that feminism's dying. Well,
how wrong he was.
How wrong he truly was when he wrote this. Amazing, right?
Yeah. And that makes me think, again, today, because a lot of, and I see this in MRA circles more than I do MGTOW. I see a lot of people, anti-feminist circles, the Cassie Jays, and the women for men's rights. All those women for men's rights, those honey badgers. We're standing up for men's rights. We're going to change the world. I see a lot of those guys going, we're on the brink of making change. Things are changing. No, man, Dave Sims said it fucking 20 years ago, and nothing has fucking changed.
Yeah, tell what's his face, Paul Elam, to go fucking shove it.
Nah, it's ridiculous. Well, we need to support Cassie J and the Red Pill documentary. If we can show it in enough countries. And she gets banned in every country she goes to, and people are like, see, we're making a difference. No, you're not. You're not. Now, we've gone through that part of the tangent, and I think we can kind of drift off of that for now.
Well, can you pull up the part where he talks about the dogs?
I'll search it in the document. Clearly would. There's a certain hysteria, which obtains here a demented histrionic quality of, if I can't be equal to you, then I will cast myself into the gutter. If a woman can't be a man, she will make herself interchangeable with homosexualists, with babies, with children, with cats, and with dogs.
Maybe that might be it. He did at least a paragraph and a half on women and dogs.
Permit me to buttress my argument with the assertion that there is a world of difference between the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, the masculine innovation of the 19th century, a nice civilized gesture, scarcely on par with a genuinely noble human enterprise, like ending slavery as an example, but a nice gesture, and the feminist innovation of the century just completed, animal rights. I'm talking about animal rights here.
There was that. There was a part where he discussed how the dog made its way into the bed, and it was through the manipulation of the daughter that the daughter would go to the father. Oh, can you please let the dog in? Well, all right, just this one time. Oh, but Justin, he can only stay in the hallway, or he can just stay on the hardwood floor. Can you find that part?
I'm looking at dogs as a keyword. It mentions it at the very end. 1970 would come to be synonymous with the onset of feminism, where the black man found his civil rights usurped by those who hold instead these poisonous fairy tale truths to be self-evident, that black men are interchangeable with black women and white women, that black men are interchangeable with homosexualists, that black men are interchangeable with children and with infants, that black men are interchangeable with babies, that black men are interchangeable with cats, and that black men are interchangeable with dogs. That's his fucking closing statement.
Well, that's deep. Well, there was a whole part, I forgot what part, I think it was Tangent Part 3, where, my big rally cry, the thing I like to discuss is Western women and their infatuation with canines. It's very disturbing.
They fuck their dogs, man. Let's just cut to the chase.
It's possible. I'm sure. Listen, there's plenty of sick men out there. I'm sure there's plenty of sick women out there that do the same thing, especially with the horses. If a woman has a horse, run for the fucking hills, guys. Really.
Well, the problem is when you talk about the depravity sexually of men and women, you have to remember. You always have to remember this, that in a gynocentric culture, and we talked about an article in the last talk when we had with Gino. We talked about that African man who got caught fucking a cow, and the entire village lynched him. They killed him. They stoned him to death. Mm-hmm. They didn't even give him a chance to explain himself. He's like, "Whoa, hold on a second. All the women have AIDS. If I fuck a cow, it's safer." And they're just like, "Fuck you, buddy. Stoned to death. You're done." But at the same time, on YouTube, you can look up 5 reasons why you should fuck your dog. And there's a little girl sitting there with her dog.
Oh, you saw that, huh?
Absolutely. She's not getting stoned for that. She's getting applauded for that.
She's a hero.
She's
transcending.
So you have to remember the depravity of men is something different, because if he gets caught, it could mean his life. But a woman can fuck her dog.
It's a scandal.
It's not just a scandal. It's empowered now. YouTube doesn't fucking cut it, demonetize it. We're demonetized because we're talking about this. We are demonetized right now. Like, YouTube has already decided that I will not be able to sell advertising on this. And I know that every time. But that woman that said top 10 reasons that you should fuck your dog, 10 million views, 10,000 thumbs up, monetized. There is no controversy. Okay, that's Gomorrah.
Yep.
A man can't do that. A man can't. If a man went on YouTube, if some African guy with a YouTube account goes, "Here is 10 reasons you should fuck your cow." Like, who's going to applaud him? Who's going to pat him on the back? We know what will happen to him. He'll get lynched by his villagers because he fucked the cow because all the women have AIDS. So can you just leave me alone? Can I just please be left alone to fuck my cow? Normally I wouldn't fuck my cow. I'm not attracted to my cow. I don't really like my cow, but I'm a human being and I need to fuck. But the problem is that every female in my village has a deadly disease. So can you leave me alone and let me fuck my cow? No, we're going to kill you. Meanwhile, in America, Little girl says, here's 10 reasons to let your dog fuck you. And she gets a fucking standing applause. So do you understand the difference?
Yeah.
So when we cannot make a side-by-side comparison of depravity. Okay? Just like we cannot make side-by-side comparisons between men and women in a lot of arenas and differences. You can't. You cannot. Because women are allowed to get away with murder. Men are not. People ask...
No, you're going into this tangent. Why don't we discuss that music video I shared with you before?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and introduce the video, because I forget the name of it.
I heard a really good song while I was at the gym. It's called, the group is called Big Data, and the song is called Dangerous. And it starts off with a real nice bass beat, and it's a very attractive woman jogging with her tits jiggling, beautiful ass, real nice firm body. She's got a real resting bitch face, and she's running. She's determined, and I'll cut it short. But as she's running along, she starts attacking men, and she gets covered in blood as she's running around the neighborhood, killing people, skull bashing men, ripping men's limbs apart. Another woman comes along, again, fit, really hot, jogging also, again, resting bitch face, determined. She's a woman on a mission, and they both go around the neighborhood terrorizing men, and the music video ends with the two of them covered in blood making out with each other.
Jesus Christ. And I've seen the video. I've put the link for the listeners there. You can watch the video yourself. Now, when Nick showed this to me, I was unimpressed, not surprised.
Not surprised. It takes a lot to surprise you, Ayam.
Yes, it takes a lot to surprise me. But I mean, again, if I've seen, and if you haven't seen it, I've seen videos on YouTube of women saying, "This is how you fuck your dog," and it's completely okay. It's still up. It has millions of views. It's all fine. But when a man says, "You know what? I'm sick and tired of gynocentrism," boom, demonetized. You're off. So it didn't surprise me. That's my point. It did not surprise me.
Well, there was some other type of subtle, nefariousness to this music video. It was a business drawing board where they were discussing the Big Data was a shoe, and they're trying to promote this shoe that she's a jogger, and when she's wearing these shoes, she's killing people. And while they're discussing, how, there's like some type of artwork, there's some type of sketch work at the drawing board on how these women are going to wear these shoes and what they're going to do and stuff. And as they're at the drawing board, a man is drawing penises, and then they're popping champagne as the women run around the neighborhood terrorizing people.
There is a video you can look up and find of which is sort of like I don't know what you call it, like a short film expression of a bunch of women who get all giddy and excited by a swimming pool, and they see this guy sleeping by the pool, and they go up to him, wake him up, and shoot him in the head. It's very
that's funny.
Yeah, it's very
funny,
but it's very gory, and it's like, and they celebrate, like they shoot this man in the head. It's
empowering.
Yeah, and they shoot this man in the head, and they murder him for this camera, and they all laughing and they're joking and they're like, yeah, we killed this man. But I've seen that shit, man. I've seen it. Now, look, we're gonna have to go to our sponsors again, so we'll be back in a few minutes.
Do yourself a favor. Take both hands off the wheel and touch the stereo. Do you feel the power? Ah, yes, friend, there's a lot of evil in the world, but there is also light. and I have been sent to shine a light on all degenerates, philanderers, liberals, and other evildoers, and expose them for what they really are. Don't waste your money on unnecessary and corrupting material possessions. Give it to me. There's only one thing that will save you, a highly fortified structure in the shape of the most powerful thing on the planet, me. Degenerates will ruin this great city. In my wonderful book, I tell of the impending disaster about to befall this planet. Nuclear holocaust, plagues of flying rodents, the seas rising up and turning yellow. It is coming. It is written by me, but you can save yourself. Contribute to the Pastor Richard Salvation Statue Fund. Pick up your telephone. Call now. 1-866-9-SAVE-ME.
The science of evolution has uncovered many of life's mysteries, like tadpoles or the pyramids. But the mystery of the armpit remains. What's it for? Why is it hairy? And why do men have nipples? But one thing is for certain, the armpit smells bad. Luckily, there's Pit Balm. It's like napalm for your skin or Agent Orange on your sweat glands. Pit Balm stops unwanted bodily functions in their tracks. It's as effective as sending GIs into a peasant village. When you're fighting the war against personal hygiene, bring out the heavy artillery.
Okay, we're back after our sponsors. All right, we have one more.
Let me read.
Go ahead, read it.
The video appears to be about a marketing team selling a product that makes people into killers. Not sure about what your take on this, Nick. Again, why is the marketing team promoting shoes that makes women go around murdering people? And you have to understand, though, in the music video takes place in Brooklyn, New York. Now, I've mentioned many, many times that New York City and the 5 boroughs promotes this behavioral sync, where it's very gynocentric. I mean, it is the quintessential gynocentric location, which is New York City. All the women go there. It's like a pilgrimage of women that want to live the life of Audrey Hepburn in Manhattan, where it's champagne on the beach, Instagramming what she eats. I'm a big shot. I made it. I'm a fashion designer. I'm working HR for some hedge fund. I'm working for Blackstone, so on and so forth. So a lot of the women that live in New York City and in the borough region, they're obsessed with yoga, jogging, running. They do marathons. They're obsessed with marathons. They go to the gym as if they're trying to, they're trying to compete with men. And men's reaction to this, at least in New York and where I live, is there is no competition. Like, men are looking at women like, what are you trying to prove to us? You can't do these things. As hard as you may try, I'm still going to do more push-ups than you. I'm still going to squat more than you. And if I really want to join a marathon, I'll beat you in a marathon also. So this music video is the resting bitch face. I'm determined. I'm going to beat you. Again, a woman Thor, a woman Hulk. That just doesn't. It's not real. It's fantasy. Are you there? Ayam? All right. That's what my view on it is. I don't know what Ayam is, but you guys have to understand that what's taking place in metro regions around the United States. Sorry, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so what's taking place in these metro regions, these super cities, is the behavioral sink where there's such a plethora of young, attractive, single white women that they can just get away with anything, get away with murder, so to speak.
I don't know, man.
Well, I'm telling you, it's a fact. And if you look up where MGTOW has through Google search, where the MGTOW is run through the search engine in Google, you'll find that New York, the New York metropolitan region, has the most hits for the term MGTOW. And why is that?
Really?
Because a lot of these young women in these mega regions, they have the salaries. They have the really nice rental apartment in downtown Manhattan. They have everything. And they're angry over it.
They don't like what they have?
I think they do, but they've achieved so much as a species, is that they want it taken away from them, so to speak. That it's very strange. It's very weird. And what people don't seem to realize, especially these young women and their families, is okay. You're 25 years old. You're working human resources for a very large firm, whatever it is. You're working for Google. You're working for Facebook.
Google.
It could be any. It could be anything. What happens with these young women, they're 25, is that they're spending all their money. They're wasting all their energy partying, drinking, Instagramming, traveling the world, and spending $20 on a drink on a rooftop in downtown Manhattan. What's going to happen with these young women is that the corporations, it's capitalism, it's profit, it's the bottom line, right? So when these women reach their peak sexually in sexual market value, a lot of these fashion designers, they work for Forever 21, they work for Tiffany's, they, again, all the things that we discussed, the corporations are just going to throw them away and bring in fresh young talent. So, for an example, when I just got hired for my latest job, my employer was asking, "Oh, you want to work in the city?" I go, "Yeah, I want to work in Manhattan. You make more money and stuff." He goes, "You don't want to work in Manhattan," and he was explaining the reason why you don't want to work in Manhattan. What happens is they'll toss you to the wolves. They'll abuse you, pay you little money, and then fire you. And then they bring in other young people and do it all over again.
Is that to men or women or both?
Both.
Okay.
And these young women don't seem to realize that. Yeah, you're 25 now. Yes, you're making a lot of money, but you're not saving any of your money. You're not finding anybody to marry. You're not. Again, it's the delaying gratification. And that's what's going to backfire on a lot of these young women, that when they're 35, 40, they lose their job in Manhattan because they're not young, firm, and beautiful anymore. And you didn't get married. What's going to happen to them in the long term? Well,
cats.
They're going to, crazy cat lady, and they're going to blame men for what has happened, and they're going to blame capitalism because the capitalist system used and abused them when they were in their, during their sexual peak. So
you're saying they're all becoming a bunch of little Marxists, real quickly.
Yes, they're enjoying it now. They're enjoying the life. They're enjoying, traveling. Their pictures of Santorini. They're spending $20, $30
Look at this
on
photo
big
of me. Look at this photo of me of this Arab guy shitting in my mouth.
Right, the porta potty chicks. But going back to the music video, is that this young woman portrayed in the music video is the embodiment of the 20-something-year-old living in Manhattan.
Yeah. So you have a bird's eye view because of where you are. I mean, I don't know.
They want nothing to do with you. They want absolutely nothing to do with you because they have everything. But they're spending all their money. They're not saving for their future because naturally they're women. Women are not good at saving. They just spend their money, and they spend more money when they're not happy. And they also think someone along the line in their lives is going to take care of them. They think there's going to be a provider when they're much older. And unfortunately, the grandmothers and the mothers have not explained to these young 20-something-year-olds, hey, listen, when you're 35, no one wants to fuck you anymore.
No, very few people do. There are some fetishes out there, I'm sure, but...
What a fetish for 35-year-old women?
Yeah.
I see it, man. When I go on these dating websites and I see women that are 29, 30, 31, dude, they are not they're not very attractive. They're really not.
Hey, should I let me read the lyrics to that song?
Yeah, I don't even know the lyrics.
Let me read the
Go
lyrics.
ahead.
See what you think. Okay. Lyrics. How could you know? How could you know that those were my eyes peeping through the floor? It's like they know. It's like they know I'm looking from the outside and creeping to the door. It's like they know. And now they coming. Yeah, now they coming. Out from the shadows to take me to the court because they know. Gotta shut this down because they've been watching all my windows. They gathered up the warrant because they know. You understand? I got a plan for us. I bet you didn't know that I was dangerous. It must be fate. I found a place for us. I bet you didn't know that I was dangerous. How could they know? How could they know what I've been thinking? But they're right inside my head because they know what I've been hiding. They're right under my bed. They're in control. Here they come. Yeah, here they come, out of the shadows. To take me to the club because they know. Gotta shut this down because they've been watching all my windows. They gathered up a warrant because they know. And I've got to get out of here. Sink down into the dark. Keep on running. And I've got to get out of here. Keep on running. Sink down into the dark. You understand? I got a plan for us. I bet you didn't know that I was dangerous. It must be fate. I found a place for us. I bet you didn't know that I was dangerous. So,
I don't know what to make of that.
yeah. I don't know what to make of that either, man.
A Jew wrote it. The guy Big Data looks like a Jew. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't
I'm sure he is. The Jews love the Jews love their fucking music.
Feminist, decadent.
Mm-hmm.
They love that shit.
Oh, they love it. That doesn't make any fucking sense, man.
Well, you know, going back to in the future again, guys. Don't worry, it's coming. The Tinder, Bumble, Rope-a-Dope Effect episode is coming, and just a little prequel looking at these women's profiles. It is a lot of anger. There's a lot of capital letters. I don't want. I don't like. If you support Trump, swipe left. If you aren't 6 foot, swipe left. The demands that these women, want in a man, it doesn't exist. And what women don't seem to realize is that marriage, it's a man's choice to marry you.
Yeah.
Marriage is not about women. It's about a guy. You know, in Catholicism and in Christianity, you have to pay the guy's family. You have to give the man an incentive to marry you. In most cultures, a woman is a burden. A little girl is a burden. They all want men. Why? Because a woman is in fact the inferior sex. And again, we're trying to flip-flop, turn the tables, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, our video output is low. Do you want to go into?
We're all right.
Yeah, we're okay. It's low. I don't know, but do you want to go into some? You want to go into some articles? I know you want to do some 9/11 stuff.
Yeah, maybe we don't have the time for that.
Yeah, we might have the time. Let's go into a couple stories and then we'll call it a night here.
Very good.
Now
That's why I'm Tinder. Well, you can go on Tinder just for laughs. I go on Tinder when I'm on the train, right? So I have an hour and a half commute on the train. I really don't have much to do, and I've been using Tinder and Bumble for the show and the things that I see, and I've been taking screenshots of all the crazy profiles. And you have to, and from what I see while on the train, is that all the young women are also on Tinder and Bumble also. But they're on it, and because women have blinders on, they already know what guy they want to screw. They already have it in their head, or they're already screwing the guy that they want to screw. And it's when they're on Tinder, when they're on Bumble, they swipe left to everything without even looking at the guy's profile.
what is swiping? Okay, wait. What does swipe left mean? It means that
Swipe left, you don't want the guy. Swipe right means you do like the guy.
Oh, okay.
All right. So they're swiping left. I think it's swiping left to profiles that haven't even loaded onto their phone yet. So what does that tell you? They already know who they want to screw.
So, well, who do they swipe right to then?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, well, let's as we finish this off, I'm going to give you guys a couple articles to look at, and I thought are interesting. I gave that one to you, Nick, in Skype, and I put it in the chats. This one's an old story, but it's funny. It's funny in a dark way. It was published on March 19th, 2016, and the title of the article is "Woman Pushes Autistic Son Out of 9-Story Window." Woman jailed 5 years for pushing autistic son to death through their 9th-story
She only got 5 years?
5 years. 5 years.
What country is this?
I don't know, but they all look Asian. So
she'll be dead in 2 years if that's the case.
I'm gonna go through it here. Hold on. And the reporter is Ronald Lowe. So it's some Asian country. Anyway,
Singapore.
Maybe Singapore. I'm guessing Singapore. It was a day before her birthday. Okay, apparently a day before this woman's birthday, and 5 days before her wedding anniversary. But the mother of two was depressed, exhausted, and having troubles in her marriage. She decided that her autistic 7-year-old son was the cause of her tiredness and problems, and that he had to go. This guy's writing style is so dry and to the point. On September 13th, 2014, she got him to stand on a stool by the kitchen window of their Tampines flat and pushed him out. The boy fell 9 stories to his death. Yesterday, the 43-year-old mother was jailed 5 years for one count of culpable homicide, not amounting to murder. The fuck does that mean?
I don't know. Go on.
The court heard that while the woman was found to be of a sound mind then, she had been suffering from major depressive disorder that impaired her mental responsibility and action.
She's a victim.
Yeah, of course she is. Neither she nor her son can be named due to gag order issued. Okay, can't name them. Court papers said the mother was having a cold war with her husband. What the fuck is a cold war? Like she didn't want to...
Crypto wording right there.
She didn't want to fuck her husband. What the fuck does that even mean? Tensions escalated when she shouted for him to bring in the aluminum laundry poles. Would you bring in the laundry poles? Would you bring them in? If you don't, I'm going to crack. Son. Yeah, yelling. Her husband did so. So would you bring in the aluminum? She sounds like a psychopath. Bring in the poles. Her husband did so. Threw the poles.
I said no wire hangers.
He threw the poles. He threw them together with the clothes onto the kitchen floor before taking their older son, now 14, to a tuition class. Here's your fucking poles, bitch. Now I'm taking our kid to class. Right? So he left just after 11:30 in the morning, and as his wife was clearing the mess on the kitchen floor, she noticed neighbors from the opposite block staring at her. And she made a rude gesture at them. What the fuck? Who wrote this shit? She then placed a stool at the kitchen window so that she could look out for the missing aluminum poles that had fallen off in the heavy rain. But she stopped herself when she felt dizzy and took a shower to freshen up. What the fuck? After coming out of the shower, she saw that her younger son had defecated in his pants. So her kid shit his pants and fell asleep on the sofa. So what do you do at that point as a parent?
Throw him out of a window. Duh.
Your handicapped child just shit his pants. Your husband's an asshole, and you're tired. I mean, what do you do?
It's obviously the patriarchy, you know.
Absolutely. I mean, Can we blame her? She was tired. Her kid shit his pants. Her husband's an asshole.
Think about it. When this article was released, she's only got 2 years left before she gets out of jail, man.
Yeah. So just toss him out the window. Fuck it. So she tossed him out because she convinced him to stand on a stool by the window, then pushed him out, and people witnessed it. An Indonesian maid. Yes, this is definitely Singapore because it's all Indonesian maids in Singapore, and they treat the Indonesian maids like shit. In fact, Indonesian maids being like burned and abused by Singaporean women is.
Well, yeah, they're brown. They're brown skinned. Of course, they're gonna get abused.
Oh, they're horrible. They take the Indonesian maids. I've heard horror stories, man, of like mothers. My daughter was a maid in Singapore. Oh, they burned her with curling irons.
So what? Usually Chinese women, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Chinese housewives.
Yeah,
Yep.
the Chinese housewives. Fucking horrible. So this Chinese woman said, that brown woman saw me throw my son out the 9th-story window. When informed.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. So when they were informed they were investigating, now I understand why the article is written as it is. It's because it's obviously been translated.
Those are always the best.
Yeah. Now I understand why it's written as it is, and why I'm reading as it is. It's been translated probably from Malay or Chinese, most likely Chinese. When informed that they were investigating a fall from a height, she fell to the ground, began crying. So the woman becomes hysterical. I just threw my son out the window. Arrested, charged with murder. 2 days later, the charge was later amended to one of culpable. What the fuck is culpable homicide? What does that mean? Does anybody know what that means?
I think that means that there's someone else involved.
Culpable. I'm looking it up right now. Is a categorization of certain offenses in various jurisdictions within the Commonwealth of Nations, which involves the illegal killing of a person either with or without an intention to kill, depending upon how a particular jurisdiction has defined the offense. Okay. I still don't understand that. But it's obviously a lesser sentence than murder, right?
Well, she got 5 years, which is like nothing.
That's nothing. So yeah, I don't know. I could find a million stories like this from all over the world. This one from Singapore, I can find them.
Well, you got Casey Anthony. You remember the whole Casey Anthony ordeal in the States?
Which one was that? Remind me.
The girl from Florida. She had big tits. She was really hot, and she killed her daughter so she could go and party, and she got away with it.
Yes, I remember that.
So why did that story gain so much prominence in the United States? Well, because you had a really attractive woman that automatically sells. She's a killer.
Yeah.
Right? And she wanted to go and party. And again, it promote, and she got away with it. Don't forget, she got away with it. So what are you telling young women? You can kill your daughter so you can go and party, get drunk, and give sloppy blowjobs to some guy on steroids.
Absolutely. And God, it's never ending. You know how many stories. Ergo sums like this is very disturbing. Singapore, yes, Singapore. This is Singapore. Not surprisingly from Singapore. I mean, when I was in Indonesia, a day didn't go by that I heard a local story talking about how some Singaporean woman branded her Indonesian maid with her iron, to punish her. All sorts of weird sadistic shit is going on, and it's all the women. I mean, but again, when it comes down to women killing their own children, nobody gives it. People don't care. It's all sympathy. It's all crocodile tears and forgiveness. It's a load of shit.
Alec crocodile tears. Yep.
Crocodile tears, man. That's what it is. Now, okay. Now I've got this other article which is in the same lens. I'll put this. I'll send this to you on Skype, and then I will send it into the chats here. MGTOW Warrior's in. You came in a little late, buddy. We're kind of winding down. That's all right though. So here's the next article that is along the same lines of that Singaporean article. Women spared jail when she glassed man for turning her down at bar. I love these headlines. And then there's this picture of this fucking psychotic white bitch.
She looks nuts.
She looks absolutely nuts. Sarah Brown is her name. She's been spared jail for an attack on a man who turned his back on her at a bar. Okay, this is this England? Wales?
Yep.
In Wales. Okay, it's in the UK in Wales.
Guy was 7 years younger than her, too.
So we go from Singapore to Wales, gentlemen. An estate agent has been spared jailed after he turned her down when they met at a bar. Sarah Brown, 27, hit her victim twice when he turned his back on her in what was described as a vicious and unprovoked attack. Vicious and unprovoked. That's the Duluth model right there. A court heard that she had been drinking wine when she spotted the 20-year-old man. 7 years is her junior. Like you said. 20-year-old man at the bar in the Rock and Fountain pub in Skewen, South Wales. She pulled on his jumper to get his attention, and he looked at her before turning back to continue talking to his friend. That's when he felt 2 blows to the head and then wine and blood trickling down his back. Prosecutor Ashanti Jade Walton said he was left with a V-shaped wound to the side of his head that needed stitches. In his victim impact statement, the man said he was always looking over my shoulder and had difficulty sleeping because of flashbacks from the incident. However, Brown, an estate agent, was spared jail after saying she had anger management problems and issues with alcohol. Defending her, here's the defense lawyer. John Hipkins said, she has no explanation for what happened other than the alcohol.
And she got away with it.
What the fuck, man? Oh, I got a DUI in 2008 when I was visiting. Can I say the same thing?
It was because of the alcohol.
It's because of the alcohol, man. Just let me off. It was because of the alcohol. I didn't mean to get in my car and drive.
The alcohol made me do it.
Yeah, the alcohol made me do it. Judge Paul Thomas QC told her, "You caused your victim a very unpleasant injury. This was a vicious, unprovoked glassing of a stranger in a pub. To hit anyone with a glass is a serious offense because of the damage it can do and always crosses the custody threshold." She was given a 12-month prison sentence, suspended for a year, told to do 240 hours community service, and ordered to take courses in anger management and alcohol. Holy fuck, man.
Well, he ignored her. I'll give him credit. Too bad it wound up with him bleeding.
It could have been worse. You know, it could have been worse. But
women hate to be ignored, man. They hate it.
That's why I love ignoring women. I love it. Part of the MGTOW discipline, ladies and gentlemen, ladies, there's no ladies here, unless there's a tranny that snuck into the chats. Gentlemen, part of the MGTOW discipline is this: give women attention when they don't want it, and ignore them when they do. That's part of the MGTOW discipline. Understand that.
Yep. The best looking women I've ever hooked up on in my life was just me ignoring them. Yeah. It's the truth.
Yeah.
And dressing like a slob. I don't know what it is about when I dress my worst. Is every time I dress my worst, I get like the best looking women. It's bizarre. I look my best, no one will talk to me. Look my worst, everyone's coming up and speaking to me.
Absolutely. And again, that is MGTOW discipline. This is not PUA shit. This is MGTOW discipline. Ignore women when they want attention and give them attention when they want to be ignored.
Yeah, I remember while I was in Cambodia, I was all dressed up, and my older friends are like 50 plus and older. Like, what the fuck? Why are you all dressed up? I go, I want to look good. He goes, you're never going to get laid looking like that. I go, what do you mean? I look fantastic. No, put on a dirty rag shirt that's like 50 cents, put your flip-flops back on, and then just free ball it with no underwear and dirty fucking gym jeans. I go, really? He goes, yeah, you'll get a ton of women. Sure enough, that's when I used to pick them up.
Yeah. Shit, we're getting a whole bunch of new people in to the stream.
Oh, we should keep going, dude.
So we're gonna keep going, motherfuckers.
Let's. Why don't we play a sponsor and we'll recap. I'll get something to drink and we can do something.
Okay, so guys, hold on. We just got to go back and get we have to get something from our sponsor, an ad from our sponsor, and we'll be right back. So we'll see you again in a couple.
I'm a VIP, and I want to live around people just like myself, rich and divorced.
I'm Everett Carrington. Shady Acres is an incredible, upscale, state-of-the-art, top-notch condominium development. A short drive out of town on some pristine wetlands, away from the noise and uninvited diversity of the city.
Shady Acres.
And when you buy into that dream that is Shady Acres, not only do you get a luxurious 5,000 square foot condo with underground parking for your newly acquired sports car, but there's also a jacuzzi for entertaining.
Jacuzzi.
Each condo is tastefully furnished with a stock bar and an exotic waterbed shaped like a dollar sign. Shady Acres also has a golf range, firing range, helipad, and exotic petting zoo when your kids come to visit. You're successful? Start defining your lifestyle. Start defining yourself.
Shady Acres.
Shady Acres. Happiness is worth the price.
Shady Acres.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're back. That was just a message from our sponsors. All right, I want to go into a couple more articles, and then we're going to shift gears for those that just came in. This next article I have, I'm going to send it to you, Nick, and I'm also going to send it to the viewers. Oops. Get that one. I'm going to put this one in the chats, guys, so you guys can look at it while we observe it.
Washington Compost.
Is it
Yep.
the Washington? Yeah, it is the Washington Compost. Good. Washington Compost.
Oh God.
All right, so this article from the Washington Compost, which is along the lines of the ones we've just been discussing, is titled, "She found a dating app on her boyfriend's phone. Then she bought a samurai sword." So I'll start reading it. With her boyfriend finally asleep.
Oh, it's over Tinder. Tinder.
Yes, this is a little what do you call it? What do you call it? We're looking into the future here. With her boyfriend finally asleep, Emily Javier she's also Mexican, reached for the samurai sword she had secretly taped earlier to the side of the bed. According to an affidavit filed by police, the room was dark, and she sparked her phone to see better, to aim better. Who the fuck writes these articles these days?
So wait. So she's holding the phone, the screen, the light from the screen with a samurai sword. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, that's exactly what you're hearing.
Dear God, help us! Oh my God.
Below snoozed Alex Lovell. He played too many video games. Javier would later explain to the police, and now he was cheating on her, she claimed. Didn't have evidence. She knew the signs. Tinder on his phone. Of course, she didn't have Tinder on her phone. No. Scratches across his back. A girl's hair in the shower drain. Who writes this shit, man? Do you remember when, like, news articles were written in a very professional and journalistic fashion?
Well, again, it's a race to the bottom. Now you have 21-year-olds writing articles for Washington Post to save money.
This is incredible, absolutely incredible. in the weak phone glow.
Wait, let me read. Hold on. I was just so proud for beating this samurai wannabe crazy lady with hate in her heart. The 29-year-old told the Oregon Life. I've been preparing for my whole life for something like this. So this guy was preparing his whole life to be attacked with a cell phone and a samurai sword.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so hard for me to take these articles seriously, man. I mean, I can understand.
Onion.
Yeah, it's like onion quality bullshit, man. I can understand that, I don't know, some woman went out of her mind.
Whoa, it gets better.
Yeah, okay.
Lovell, I'm assuming that's his boyfriend. Lovell has been recently logging 12 to 13 hours a day playing the game. The regimen also required exercises for his hands and wrists and shoulders, and also practicing mouse moves and techniques to maximize his performance. Jesus, what a loser he is. I feel like taking a samurai sword to his face.
Javier remains in custody. Her attorney did not return an email for comment. The feeling I had when I won the fight. Okay, so this girl stood over him, started hacking at him with a fucking samurai sword because he played too many video games, and he overpowered her and won. And
Well, that is not Thor-like.
Yeah, and he's saying that he goes, the feeling I had when I won the fight with my bare hands is just absolutely the best feeling. I've played all the sports, won big games. So this guy,
a woman.
Yeah, he beat a woman that was trying to kill him. I don't know, man. I'd brag about it too. I'm like, this chick came at me with a samurai sword. She cut my fucking fingers off, but I still took her down. I don't know. I would brag about it. I would.
12 hours of video games, though. Come on, that's a loser.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't brag about playing 12 hours of video games, but if a woman came at me with a
samurai
samurai sword,
he's got to do exercises with his hands and wrists. And, you know, he needs a essential oil therapy for his shoulders.
Saved his life, man.
So he's prepared his entire life playing 12 hours of video games to overpower his girlfriend wielding a cell phone and a samurai sword.
Yes. That's what he thinks. I don't know, man. If I have you ever had a crazy woman come at you with a deadly weapon?
No. I had my Cambodian girlfriend pulled a knife out on me.
There you go.
And yeah, but you know, that was all out of you know, that's because she loved me. What kind
of knife? What kind of knife?
Oh, it was a joke. She had like a butter knife. It was, you know. I'll get it. I'll share a story about her threatening to kill me another time. I'm gonna save that one. That's an epic story, by the way. But the other one was I had this. I don't know what happens, but when women go into a coma or they have some type of brain damage, they become sluts. I don't know if you're aware of this or not, I am, but they become like really horny sluts. So I was hooking up with this girl who was in like a really bad car accident when she was younger, and I remember her prior to the car accident and we were after the car accident. We were
hold on a second. Our stream is going in and out, and I have no idea why. So sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but
you sound good to me.
No, it's to them. We're buffering.
Buffer.
Yeah, we're buffering. We're going bad. Stream help. But keep telling the story. I'm just going to check on something. Keep telling the story.
So this girl that had some brain damage I started hooking up with. Every time she used to get drunk, she became like really it's scary. It was bad. And one time, we're at a gas station. She's half drunk and she's screaming and yelling and fighting with me. And I go into the gas station to buy a few drinks and, you know, maybe some bag of chips or whatever. It was late at night. I go back into the car. She's locked the car, and she's in the driver's seat, completely obliterated, drunk, right? So I'm like, open the fucking car door, and I'm really scared that she's gonna take off with the car now. I got the door open. I and I was all calm and all collective, right? I sit back in the car. And I tell her, "Hey, can you step out real quick and grab that? I think I dropped something on the sidewalk or whatever." As soon as she opens the door, I kick her out and just take off, man. I just start fucking driving, and I just bolted. So, that's one story.
Well, my ex-wife attacked me with a butcher knife. And that was just another. I mean, it was just, to me, it was just another sign of, like, I don't think women really understand the fatality
Killing?
of, the fatality of their actions. Like when you pull out a butcher knife on someone and attack them, even if it's just because you're a little upset, it doesn't really matter. Like when you do that, you're basically deciding like someone else's life doesn't matter.
Well, that's very borderline. That's something that a borderline, what's a female with a borderline personality disorder would do.
Well, I'm pretty sure my ex-wife had borderline personality disorder. I'm pretty sure.
Or she's just being a woman.
Well, most women have that disorder. But the point is
I'll tell you what. Here's another really good story about throwing fucking women at it. I was going. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna share a story about another time when we threw me and my friends threw a woman out of a moving car. So
Okay.
one of my friends, one of my friends came up with something called the CPI, which is the cost per insertion, and he came up with this formula. You pretty much add up all the money you spent on her in 1 month, and you divide it by the amount of times you fucked her, and that's how much she's costing you per fuck. And my friend is a very, very mellow, very calm, very nice guy. He actually just got married. He's having his first kid. Really, really, truly a good-hearted individual. And he met up with a girl on Plenty of Fish. You know Plenty of Fish, Ayam?
Oh, Christ. Plenty of fat.
Yeah. Well, he found this really hot chick off of Plenty of Fish. She was like 3 or 4 years younger, and we're in our mid-20s, and she had him in like 19 or 20 years old. First of all, her occupation, you ready for what her occupation was? You're going to love this one.
Veterinarian.
She was very close. She washed dogs. She was a dog washer.
Dog washer.
Right. She was addicted to opiates. She definitely had a pill popping problem, but still hot. So I was like, whatever. All right. So she got a pill popping problem. You can still, fuck her and get blowjobs. But being an Italian American, and all my friends are all misogynist Italian Americans, we do not tolerate gold diggers at all. And as mellow and kind my friend is, he would never ever tolerate a gold digger. So this was his first experience dealing with a young girl who just wanted money. So he bought her a bunch of nice stuff, and he was like, okay with it, okay, we'll buy her this, buy her that. And the same day he bought her a really expensive thing of perfume. And I'm in the back seat, she's in the back seat, he's driving, and my other friend's sitting in the front seat, right? And she started going on and on about how she wants an expensive pocketbook. And before the four of us getting together in the car, he already discussed that he's fucking had it with this girl because he sees that she's a complete gold digger, right? So we're already kind of heated and pissed that our patience has grown thin with this young girl who's a dog groomer, and she thinks she's hot shit. So we're driving along the highway, and she starts demanding shit from my friend. And he starts to slow the car down on the highway, right? And I already knew where he was going with this. He's slowing it down. He looks back at me. And I knew what he was signaling. Throw her out of the fucking car as it's moving.
Holy shit.
So we opened the door. We just I booted her. Boom! Right onto the, I guess I don't know, where the area people pull over if their car needs servicing. And we just fucking took off, and that was it. And sure enough, guess what? Next day, she's calling to hang out again.
Of course she is. Absolutely she is. Fuck, that's amazing.
The CPI, cost per insertion, guys.
Yeah. if you, again, like I said, if you want to have any kind of communication, you need the discipline of, if a woman wants attention, don't give it. If she doesn't, you give it. That's what it comes down to.
Even that girl that locked me out of my own car and I took off driving, leaving her there with no phone. I had her phone, her pocketbook in the car and everything. She too, the following day, was back over in my apartment, banging me.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Well, here, let me give you this. Let me give you this and see what you think of it. This article here. I'll give it to the viewers that are still here. The headline is Detroit woman gives birth to her 14th child
Oh, no.
from 14
You had to bring this up.
different fathers.
She's disgusting. Look at her.
Yeah. A 36-year-old woman from Michigan has made a crashing entrance into the Guinness Book of World Records yesterday. This was not yesterday, it was a few days ago, whenever this article came out. At the Harper University Hospital by giving birth to her 14th child. All born from different fathers.
America's still number one, baby.
Yeah. According to the internationally recognized authority on the cataloging and verification of world records, Anita Sullivan. What is that name, Anita Sullivan? Is the regular fucking white American?
Yeah, that's yeah.
Has just become the first woman in recorded history to conceive children with more than 13 different men. Now, wait a second. This is a supposedly a quote, and this is why it's so hard for me to believe this story. Because I find it very difficult to believe that this woman would say this. But according to the quote, she said, "I'm extremely proud to have broken a world record. My mother always told me that I was lazy and worthless, and that I would never accomplish anything in my life. Now I've shown everyone that she was wrong, and that I can be the best in the world when I put..." This is This has got to be bullshit, man. This is Onion. This has got to be Onion, man. How can any of this...
I'm looking it up. I'm trying to get some pictures of this woman. There's not much online.
This has got to be bullshit, man. Has to be absolute bullshit.
Wow. So guys are just dropping their loads in her. Obviously these men don't really give a shit about her or the child. That's really what it comes down to. And then you got to question what her upbringing was also.
Well, it's not just that. I really doubt the validity of this story. I honestly think it's a load of shit. However, the part of it that sticks with me is the fact that this kind of narrative is sort of brushed over and seen as something to be bragged about, written upon, talked about, empowered. I mean, this, in a sane society, this is something that should be shamed. This is something that should be spoken of in a way that the perpetrator is considered degenerate, shameful. But that's not how this is written up. Even if it's parody, it's written up as a reward. It's written up as a world record and something to be proud of. That's the problem I have with it, man. And this is an ongoing theme with all the articles that we've read tonight so far. Woman slashes her boyfriend with a knife, with a sword, because she thinks he's cheating. Woman pushes her son out of a window. Glasses a man over the back of the head. Has children with 14 different men. And then finally, just to top it off, I'm going to give this article. I'm going to put it in your link, and then I'm going to put it in the chats. This is the last one as the icing on the cake. You see it, Nick?
Yep.
Okay, now this is an article
Oh
written...
my God.
This is an article written by women for women on a website called Babe. It's already about 3 months old now. It says you should sleep with at least 25 guys before settling down, and I'll tell you exactly why. I'm going to try to read a little bit of this diatribe first. Throughout history, it's been the bravest of souls who had to fight, die, and become immortalized for their beliefs. Joan of Arc, Gandhi, Jesus, and now me, martyrs for a cause. The fact that I'm about to suffer through dozens of comments calling me a slut should prove to you exactly how serious I am about the thesis of this article, which is you have to sleep with at least 25 men before you settle down. Now, right away, I want to say that this woman is a better writer than the other articles that we've gone through. And I don't know if they were men or women of the authors of those articles, but at least this woman can kind of string together sentences. And notice I say men, gay girls, I trust you. You've known how to maximize the parts you were born with since that first fateful experience with the shower nozzle in middle school. Don't play dumb here either. You know, I know you know. Anyone with a type of predilection for dick, be it full-time interest or part-time thing, should have a sample size of no less than 25 before putting a metaphorical ring around one like some sick sexual carnival game and settling down for good. So again, this is an advertisement for the worst that a woman can be. But it's applauded.
Oh, you got to read the comment section.
Okay, let's take a look.
A lot of misogyny in the comment section.
Yeah, it's a really scary thought, right? Women seeking pleasure unapologetically. To the misogynistic commenters, I see you. I hope that's not her fucking picture because she looks like a goddamn clown.
Way to slut shame this woman's. I'm 33 and nowhere near close to that number. That's gross to have this discussion. And then another woman comes in and says, "Way to slut shame," fucking yelling at the 33-year-old.
Well, that's the thing. An article like this is just it's ridiculous. It's clownish.
But you also do not get to judge the slut shame others because of something as trivial as the body count. It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, it is. It's again Sodom and Gomorrah revisited, my friends. You know, and really to sign off on a lot of the things we're talking about.
Hey, wow, there's a lot of young women fucking really slamming this. It's really it's impressive to see.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it is.
It's good. I mean, when we come and like when we were talking about Tangent and Dave Sim and the things he talked about, it really came down to him. It came down to morality, and a morality that is unmeasurable in terms of ideology and politics. You can't measure that kind of.
Okay, well, you're talking about morality.
Yeah.
Now, we know... Okay, let's say you kill someone, okay? The average person who's not a psychopath is going to feel bad about killing that person, am I correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, why?
Exactly.
Why?
Where does it come from?
Where does that come from? Why do you feel guilty? Why would she feel guilty about banging 25 guys? Every woman's going to feel guilty about having sex with that many guys. Every person's going to feel guilty about taking a big fucking black cock in the ass, right? I mean, homosexuals do feel bad. They know what they're doing is wrong. Why do they feel that what it is they're doing is wrong?
Well, that's the whole point. And that goes back, again, like what I was saying with Dave Sim, is he suddenly understood the narrative that there is, when it comes to these sick ideologies and these sick narratives, that the concept of morality cannot exist. It cannot exist outside of what he considered to be a greater power. It
Right.
can't exist.
Correct. Exactly. Why do you feel guilty? Why do you feel guilty about what it is you're doing? Why do you feel guilty about an abortion? Why do you feel guilty about killing someone? Why do you feel guilty about stealing something? All these type of things. Why?
You shouldn't.
There's got to be a reason.
Yeah, according to secularism and humanism, you shouldn't. There's
Right.
no reason.
You should not.
There's
Yeah.
absolutely no reason to feel guilty of being a cock-whoring slut, a woman who has 12 abortions in 6 years,
Having 14 babies with 14 different guys.
14 different guys, getting off for not going to prison for shoving your autistic son out of a ninth-story window. Okay, attacking your boyfriend with a sword because you felt jealous. None of these things should make you feel any ounce of remorse or guilt. Because you're a humanist, because you're an atheist, because there is no greater authority.
You are God.
You are God. There's no greater authority of justice. Anything you do in this life doesn't matter because there is no justice outside of it. Because you are a follower of an uncaring.
You're the end all of the evil.
Yeah. And that's the thing.
This goes back. It is pretty. It is. What you're summing up and what you're saying is 100%. I agree.
Well, look. People that know me that have listened to my channel understand that I've made the claim very clear before. I'm a deist. I'm not a theist. I don't believe in religion, but I certainly believe in a creator.
No.
I certainly believe in a prime mover. I mean, to me, it's nonsense to think otherwise. And again, it comes down to morality. It comes down to feelings of guilt and why I'm doing a certain thing.
Ayam, if you were to find God, would it be God?
What?
Think of that. Like scientists. Scientists want, physical proof, right? But if the scientists were to, in fact, find God, would it be God?
It wouldn't be God if they chose it not to be. I mean, because God is themselves. It's their own thoughts, their own minds. That's what God is. But just to make a comparison, morality comes down to a very basic concept, and it comes down to a concept that is very personal, and it comes down to a concept that is personal between you and what you consider is greater than you. It's very, very, very simple. I don't care if you call yourself an atheist. I don't care if you call yourself a theist, a Muslim, a Christian, a Catholic, a Jew. But the relationship between you and what you believe to be greater than yourself, that's where you form your morality. That's the only place you can form your morality. Because there is no morality if you are the greatest and nothing is greater than you. Then you can...
Well, that's the average 23-year-old white chick now.
Yes. The average 23-year-old white chick. Absolutely. The morality of the average 23-year-old American white chick is, I am morality. I create it. I decide what is right and what is wrong.
I choose who's going to give me attention.
Yeah. I choose.
And then throw themselves. They stop liking girls' photos just because they're hot.
Yeah.
Why? If she's got a margarita glass on a beach in Central America somewhere, and she's wearing a sexy bikini, don't like the photo.
Yeah.
Don't comment on the photo.
In fact,
what are you doing? You're fucking it all up.
The best thing you can do is not just don't not comment. Actually, make a comment and say, "Geez, like, what the hell's wrong with your face?" Or like,
"Oh God, yes, that's good."
Or something like, "Hey, how come are you looking? Have you put on weight? You kind of look fat.
You gotta look. Your thighs look a little bit like cottage cheese."
Yeah, like Jesus, do some exercise, man. Those are the kind of comments you need to make. I mean, again, that's the discipline of MGTOW. I mean, it's very easy to just compliment every fucking beautiful woman you see, but the discipline is not saying nothing. It's basically saying the absolute opposite of what they need to hear, or they want.
I'm at a wedding 2 weeks ago, and I got stuck with these a group of strangers I don't know, and they're all around my age. This my little brother was sitting in my seat for like the first 10 minutes, and he's sitting in between two 20-something-year-old women. And I go over and I go, tell my little brother, you gotta get up. This is my seat. So he goes away, and I sit down. And then the girl that my little brother was sitting next to had a really nasty comment. Oh, my little buddy's gone. Now I have to sit next to you.
Yeah, perfect.
And I'm right. And I'm looking at her, and she's like 6'1". She's really tall. And I'm looking at her, and I go, wow, you're really tall. It must be really hard to find a guy to love you being that tall. Oh. Yeah, and my other brother overheard it, and he just like, he does one of these, don't, like, I can't believe you just said that. And he like, I'm like, well, and then White Knight, my brother starts yelling at me. He goes, why'd you say that to her? Now you're going to start a war. I go, she started it. Yeah. She started this by saying,
they always start it.
Right. And then my brother's there to rush be a White Knight and defend her. I go, you're supposed to be on my side. She started this.
Well, it's the same. I was a week ago. I was threatened with bodily harm by a native guy.
Cabin boy. Yep.
I was threatened with bodily harm by a native guy, which it would not have occurred. It would not have occurred, and that same man would not have threatened me if it wasn't for a woman inspiring him to do so.
Well, why didn't you give him the Listerine?
Exactly. I can deny men alcohol all day long, but the moment I deny a woman, things change. Violence occurs. Suddenly, to that same man, if it was just me and him, we could have had a conversation to solve it peaceably. Suddenly introduce a woman, and her ego is shattered, and she has no problem in bloodshed in her name, in her virtue.
Well, again, she's a goddess. Mm-hmm. She's a deity. This goes back to what is it? The manipulated man. That the woman is a goddess to a man. A man has to sacrifice himself on the altar for the female.
Yes. And that's what I'm saying. For a lot of men, the concept of morality, in that sense, you're throwing it away, and it becomes a woman. A lot of moments it does for men. It becomes a woman. And it's really sad. It's really, really sad. And I wish that men can see better outside of that.
It's not going to happen. It's so... Again, look, at the state the economy is in, you're not just subsidizing single moms, you're subsidizing women as a whole in the workforce. And when I'm reviewing these Bumble and Tinder profiles for the future live stream, you will see what these women's occupations are in New York City, and they're make-believe. They're not contributing at all to the economy. Marketing assistant, administrative assistant, HR specialist, head of HR, advertising, photography, artist, music production. These are all luxuries from a first world nation, and we're at the point in the United States where all these type of whimsical, nonsensical positions need to go to the wayside.
It's women with occupations that aren't occupations. They're not occupations at all.
They're not occupations.
No. They're not beneficial. They're not occupations. They don't do anything to benefit society around them. I'm a what? Name one of those again. Just one.
A human resource specialist.
I'm a human resource specialist. Please. Holy shit, please. And you put that on your resume along with the fact that you fuck your dog.
Right.
And and the whole world is fucking roses. Give me a fucking break. Look, Tom Rogers says, alternatively, humanists can believe morality is internal to man and evolutionary. Yeah, evolutionary, but there has to be a relationship between the individual and the concept of morality. It can't be abstract. Morality cannot be abstract. It doesn't work. It never has. It never will. It can't be abstract. What I'm saying is there's a relationship between the individual and that which is defined as morality. And in religion, traditionally, it is a God. It is a creator. It is something greater than yourself. Morality needs a relationship between the individual and that which is greater than yourself. All right.
And now,
so,
mind you, the same people that push the evolution theory, the concept Darwinism,
yeah.
and the theory of evolution, the same people that push that are the same people that are saying that homosexuality is okay. Oh, wait a second. Homosexuality is okay, and we're going to go with the theory of evolution. Shouldn't the homosexual be the first one killed in the whole concept of survival of the fittest, if that's the case?
Absolutely. I mean, because homosexuality doesn't reproduce. Any society that leans toward homosexuality eventually becomes extinct. So, again, like in Tangent, homosexuality is a choice. It's not a biological fucking birthright, because it is extinction. And biology does not favor extinction. Homosexuality is a choice. Just like your choice to fucking pretend you're a woman or pretend you're a man. Okay, it's all a fucking choice. And getting back to the concept of morality as a relationship between the individual and that which is greater, if you want to make that same comparison within secularism and humanism, you have to understand that in order to define morality, an atheist or a secularist has to find something greater than itself and form a relationship between the individual and that. And when it comes to atheism, that which is greater than them is, in a word, the universe, or the expanding heliocentric model of the universe. It is it's still a creator, right? The Big Bang, evolution, it's still a creator. It's still something greater than the individual, but it's uncaring. It's irrational. It's random. It's cold. It's unjust.
Psychopathic.
It's psychopathic. It's chaotic. This is the relationship between the individual and that which is greater within secularism and atheism. It's a relationship between an individual that understands concepts of justice, right? The individual human, I don't care if you're an atheist or a Muslim, you understand the concepts of justice. You understand the concepts of not just morality, but on a deeper level, fairness, justice, not the opposite of chaos, but order. These are things that you comprehend and understand. Yet the relationship they have with something that's greater than them is absent in all of those things. So the secularist and the atheist, to form a bond between itself and that which is greater, in order to understand morality, is forming a bond with a creator, the universe, that lacks justice, it lacks order, it lacks rationality, it lacks all these things that even...
It's everything that they hate.
Exactly.
It's the same thing as religion. It's the same exact thing. Everything you're describing is religion.
Exactly. It is a complete and utter reproduction of religion, but yet with a creator that they designed to be an antithesis to what traditional religion is. Which is why religion has a one-up on atheism. Atheism is the worst religion. I mean, again, I'm anti-religion, all religion. But atheism is the worst fucking religion. Because the relationship between you and what is greater is one of destruction and chaos, instead of, when traditional religion, at least the relationship is with the hope that what you have that is greater than you understands justice and order. right? That's the biggest difference. But another similarity too, though, is the fact that a atheist or a secular humanist, what they have in common with the religionist is that in order for them to have a relationship with that creator that is greater than them, there must be an intercessor. It can't be personal. You can't have a personal relationship with the monkey generating Big Bang universe because you can't understand it on your own. You need the Neil deGrasse Tysons. You need the Stephen
Richard
Hawkings.
Dawkins.
You need the
Stephen
Richard
Hawking.
Dawkins. You need your
Steve
talking
Hitchens.
heads.
Yeah.
You need your priests. These are your priests
Right,
of your
those are your
religion.
prophets. Yeah.
Those are your prophets. Because you can't have a personal relationship with your apparent creator. You can't. With your uncaring and irrational creator of the universe, you can't have a personal relationship without the intercessors, which are Stephen Hawking, Richard Dawkins, Neil deGrasse, all of them, all of your priests of atheism and secularism. You can't have a personal relationship because, and you know why? Because if you try to, then your priests will tell you you're wrong, and this is how it has to be. And it's the same with religion.
Then you're a martyr, not a martyr, but you're the one in trouble now for
you're heretic.
Not going. You're a heretic. Yes.
You're a heretic, man. You're a heretic because you are trying to understand a relationship between you and your creator that's personal. And this is the thing of the origins of religion is that there is a caring, just, rational, and orderly creator, a first mover, that is responsible for your existence, and you can have a relationship with it that does not demand compulsion. It cannot be forced, because if it's forced, then it lacks free will, and so it does not demand compulsion, and it does not need an intercessor. No one can stand between you and the creator. No one. Not a prophet, not a priest, not a church, no one. So the only way true justice, true rationality, true order can exist is when an individual has free and unfettered access to commune with his creator without compulsion or intercession. Right? That's the only way.
Well, I was thinking today that if after reading the news about Trump doing a 180 on everything that he's supposed to be doing, I was thinking like, well, if shit really did hit the fan, where are people going to run to? And I was thinking about it, and I realized people are going to be running to the church.
Absolutely.
And what are you atheist, secular, fart sniffers going to do? You're going to go to the church too? Because that's the only place where people are going to wind up getting together and act as a community is running to that church. They're not going to run to the school.
No.
They're not going to run to the town hall.
They're not going to run to Richard Dawkins.
Right. They're not going to be running to the government institutions now, are they? Because they're coming after you.
Yeah.
But regardless, these people that are atheists, people that are secular in Western society, they're the ones that are getting killed off. I mean, unfortunately to say this, a lot of the MGTOW community is secular, is atheist. They don't go to church. They don't believe in God. And that, I understand that. I get where they're coming from and everything. But you have to understand that you're dead, not reproducing. You're dead. You're not. You're gonna die alone. And a lot of the people I know that are atheists are pretty are alone, and they're quite unhappy. They're not happy people.
Well, here's the thing. If you want to understand like the truth, I mean, really just the truth as an objective concept. Number one, you cannot have. It has to be personal. The truth is personal. God is personal. Your Creator is personal. No one can stand between you and the truth.
That's your jihad.
Yes, it's your personal jihad. The moment that somebody says, I need to be here in order for you to understand the truth, then you know that it's false. It's very simple. It's real common sense. It's logical. And at that moment, you walk away from it. You turn away and you say, no, I'll understand it on my own. And the other is, it has to be non-compulsory. The moment that you're forced into believing something, again, common sense, it's a lie. Walk away. Okay? The truth is, there's no compulsion. No, jihad's not a bad analogy. It's not at all.
It's not, actually, if you know what the term jihad means.
If you know what it means, it's not a bad analogy at all. It's your own struggle, my friend.
Correct.
It's your own struggle.
Allah.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, we were originally talking about Bill Sim and his tangent. And Bill Sim, by the way, quoted Bible verses. He quoted Quranic verses. This man was not a secularist. But he wasn't a Christian and he wasn't a Muslim. But he was very, very easy to say, I read this in the religious text. I understood it and I did it. I understood it because I understood it without an intercessor. And I understood it without compulsion. I did it on my own.
Right.
But most of the guys out there, they come to realizations through the influence and the pressure of other people, which is intercession. There's a compulsion for it to happen, to be a part of something, and it is done with a mediator, someone in between them. So just remember that.
Well, I also find funny with people that are atheists. They don't believe in God. Now I want to take this back. I have barely read the Bible. I'm not really religious myself. I call myself a lapsed Catholic, if you know what that term means.
Mm-hmm.
But people that I find that are atheists and secular, they believe in aliens, right?
Yeah.
Right. They believe in Darwinism. Okay.
They believe in crazy
aliens.
shit.
Crazy shit. They're very what is it? What is it when you believe in spirits and shit? And,
Ghosts. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like shit like that. They're very skeptic of my mother was talking
See
about
you later,
how back.
Tom. Sorry,
Leaving.
Tom's leaving. See you later, buddy. Thanks for hanging in.
My mom was telling me back in her day, people used to knock down tombstones quite often growing up. And that was a common thing. She asked me, do people of your generation, millennials, do that? I said, hell no, they don't. And she was correlating that the people of my generation are much more, they believe in, not spirits, shit, I'm forgetting.
Superstitious, man. They're fucking superstitious.
Yes. She says people of my generation are much more superstitious than her generation. Her generation was not superstitious, so therefore they were able to knock down the tombstones because they understood the Bible, because they understood God and all these other things. They weren't afraid to knock down the tombstone.
Do you know what
my generation is scared? Yeah, go on.
One of the major teachings in Quranic studies within the Quran of the Islamic movement. And this is repeated. I don't remember how many times, but it is repeated often within the Quran. Is the Deen of Islam is here to remove you from superstition.
Right. Yes. It's the same thing in the Bible. You're supposed to not be superstitious. Yes.
The whole point of the whole concept of the philosophy of religion was to pull men out of superstition.
Right, you go to Southeast Asia, how superstitious are they, man? Holy
shit, man, it's incredible.
They had a sorcery and wizards.
Okay, yeah, superstition is batshit crazy. Let's talk about being agnostic then. Yeah, okay, fine, agnostic, but still, agnostic is a pursuit of truth, a pursuit of understanding, and you cannot disclaim the religiosity of history. You can't just throw that away when you come to understand what it is to pursue knowledge. And all of religion, anybody that even just spend a couple hours studying it, the whole point of understanding that there is a creator and that you have a relationship between it and yourself, and no one can be in between it. The whole point of it was to destroy superstition. Here's an example. When Muhammad first received the message of God, which later was received as the Quran and written into the Quran, at the time, one of the biggest practices that was talked about later in the Quran to be outlawed was the superstition of killing the firstborn child if it was a girl. These superstitious Bedouin tribes of the Arabic Peninsula in the 14th century were killing the firstborn child if it was a woman. Just killing it. Like after it was born, taking it and burying it in the sand. Muhammad comes along and goes, "Are you fucking people insane? Stop this. Stop it." It was a huge thing, destroying superstition. Even going back into Christianity and the life and times of Jesus, the same thing. It was destroying superstition, superstitious beliefs. Jesus took a whip into the temples because they had turned it into money changers. Superstitious beliefs that he said need to be done away with. I mean, the whole concept of religion in the beginning was to do away with superstition. And now, here in the modern age, we're reverting back into superstition because we're willing to deny the knowledge that was given through those teachings in order to say, no, actually, aliens are real, ghosts are real, and we all come from monkeys. Seriously.
Let's go with the monkey analogy. What does the Darwin say? Well, we look like monkeys, therefore. No, there is no therefore. Just because we look like monkeys doesn't fucking mean anything, right? You know? Or what about communication? No other animals have linguistics, right?
No human beings.
They know cues. Like when during the whole thing during the 70s and early 80s was getting monkeys to talk. Well, he's pointing to the water. That means he's talking. He wants water. Him making these symbols with his hands means water. And these scientists started to make shit up in their minds, saying that's what it was sign language.
Yeah.
It wasn't sign language. And okay. Granted, monkeys look more like us than butterflies, but then they're trying to make a therefore. Therefore, we're related to monkeys.
Yeah, they kind of walk on their feet and they have ears. They look like us, kind of.
Well, black people.
Oh, fuck.
But you have to also. You need two of something. You need two. So if we're descendants of tadpoles, that means what? Did a human being fuck a tadpole and then that made a female? Like how did that come about?
Yeah.
Like I don't understand it. You need two of something to reproduce itself. So how did we get from tadpoles to monkeys?
It didn't happen. It didn't happen. It's a superstition.
There's a breakdown somewhere. I understand it. It's a theory. I think it's an important theory. Obviously it holds a lot of credibility, but at the same time, there's some major flaws in the steps. What did we do? Did we fuck the Neanderthals and then eventually bred the Neanderthal out to make Homo sapiens? I really don't know.
No, we don't know. But that's the thing. Prune Juice Power says, he tells people the Bible's worth a read, but fundamentalist is crazy. Well, sure, fundamentalist anything. And fundamentalist scientism is fucking insane. Absolutely insane. I don't see a difference between a fundamentalist Bible-thumping Christian that takes everything the Bible says literally. I don't see a difference between them and the person that fucking hangs on every word of Richard Dawkins and goes, this is truth. It's the same fucking thing, man. The same fucking thing. Again, there is no intercessor between you and the truth. There is no intercessor. None. Your relationship with the truth is between you and it. Nothing else. Nothing comes in between that.
Hey, look at modern day psychology. It's treating the human being like it's a guinea pig. The human mind as as some type of fucking lab experiment. The human mind's much more complicated than that.
Yeah. Much more complicated. Well, I mean, if you want to get into the human mind and how, not just the psychology, but how pharmaceutically they've kind of butchered the human mind.
Well, why do you feel bad that you're taking a dick in the ass, AM? Why? You shouldn't feel guilty about taking the dick in the ass.
No.
It's your human right. Here, have a Zoloft and take a dick in the ass.
Yeah. You shouldn't feel bad about taking a dick in the ass. Here's a Xanax.
No, but I feel really bad that I'm letting some guy, stick his, uncut cock in my ass, and, I feel really bad about these things. Well, why do you feel bad?
You shouldn't,
feel bad. It's natural.
Morality?
It's Darwinism.
No. You're just a monkey having a nightmare. Or how about fucking do you really think that you shouldn't have a vagina and you need a penis? Do you really feel like that? That's true. Well, then you are a woman trapped in a man's body.
Did you ever at one point visit a psychologist in your life?
I have when I was a kid. And
for how long?
No. It took one session and then I was done.
All right, I saw one for a few years in my life when I was younger.
Okay.
And I can honestly say that I used to feel shittier leaving than going into visiting him, man. But it was around, I think I was 13. I was like from the ages like 10 to 13 or 9 to 13 I was seeing him. And one day I was in a really good mood going into seeing him, and I left feeling horrible. And that was it. I go, this is just fucking stupid. Every time I go see this guy, I feel more shittier leaving than going in to seeing him.
What's the point? Yeah.
What's the point? Yeah. And I realized that when I was a teenager. I go, that's it. I'm done with this.
Well, it's just, look, if we want to get into psychology, the concept, and this again, guys. This is why I don't allow trannies on my show, and I don't allow them in the chat. Women and trannies.
The Pro-Cherie channel, don't forget it, boys.
Yeah, they're out. Women and trannies out. Homosexuals, it depends.
Only one.
There's one guy allowed. That's about it. But the point is this: if you believe that it's okay to take some kid who's so confused about his identity that he suddenly feels like he wants to be a woman instead of a man, if you can take that poor kid and just push his psychosis onto him like it's reality and say, you know what, you're right, you're not a boy, you're a girl, and you need to take these drugs and you need to chop your dick off in order for you to live out your fantasy. Okay? If you think that that's fucking normal, I grew up with a really good friend, one of my best friends. He's still my friend. I met him in grade 3. He's still my friend. Right? Still my friend today. When we were in high school, the kid, right after high school, he suffered depression and he became schizophrenic. He went through severe schizophrenia. Horrible time for him. Horrible time for his mental health. He was delusional. He believed that he was a werewolf. He believed that at night he transformed into a werewolf. And he was convinced that it was real. Do you know what they did to help him? They said,
they encouraged him to be a werewolf.
They encouraged him. They said, you are a werewolf. You are a werewolf. We'll get you surgery and drugs to make sure you grow claws and hair. And you will roam the night. Yes, you will. You will roam the night and hunt your prey because you are a werewolf. That's what they did. No, they didn't. But that's what we're doing to these fucking trannies.
And then giving them, then changing laws around and arming the trannies now.
Yes, and not only that, but fucking the MRA circles are giving them a goddamn platform.
Are they?
Yes, man.
Who, Paul Elam?
Yeah, the honey badgers, Paul Elam, all of these people in these circles, in Republican circles, and not just the leftists, the Republicans and the MRAs, they're all like, well, here's a tranny, here's a popular tranny on YouTube. Let's give him a platform and pretend like everything's normal. Like, let's all talk about men's rights. Meanwhile, here's a guy that fucking thinks he's a chick and is taking drugs so that he grows tits. His dick is the size of a clit. Let's pretend that he's normal. No, he's not fucking normal. But yes, that's why, and that's why I'm sorry. I'm not going to let these people into my chat. I'm not going to encourage your neurosis. Not at all. I will not do it.
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, man. I mean, I could name them, but I don't want to name them because there's like 2 or 3 of them that are quite popular, and I don't want to name them because I don't want to play a slander game. But people.
Well, Paul Elam, man, I told you, he started trolling me in the comment section on his video about dogs, and he was mimicking what women are doing with dogs. He said, a man's best friend is a dog. You should go and get a dog. And I responded. I told Paul Elam, I go, you're a fucking loser. You're doing the same exact thing women are doing. Don't communicate with the opposite sex. Don't make friendships. You should be best friends with an animal that's going to live between 5 and 10 years, that licks its own ass and sleeps in its own excrement.
Yeah.
I just don't agree with it. I'm just pointing to one example.
Well, look, Rico asked about JGG. JGG is a homosexual. He's not a tranny. So in other words, the guy isn't confused about.
He's friends with trannies, though.
Yeah, he is friends with trannies, and I told JGG straight out, I'm not going to let your tranny friends on my channel. You know, too bad.
They're slipping in, though.
If they try, they'll try. But I'm not. But you know, we're talking about a serious psychosis. The suicide rate among transsexuals is like 40%. It's huge, man. If 40% of people who are diagnosed as these transsexuals are attempting suicide.
Wait, whoa. Let me tell you about what just happened 2 days ago. Speaking of transgenders, I've been having a serious problem at my job where there's this lobby in this ghetto part of New York City. And I have a video camera to the lobby. And everyone, all the blacks, treat my lobby like it's a nightclub between 2 and 6 o'clock in the morning every single night. And dude, don't even get me started on the police, how useless the fucking cops are. The cops won't do anything about it. And I actually called the cops, telling them, like, can you guys fix this problem? They said no. And then I told the operator, I go, do you really think I'm going to give up my gun? Do you think I'm going to give up my gun? And you can't even get these guys out of my lobby. Like, it's like laughable. But I digress. No. So it's been an ongoing issue. So the other night, when I got into the morning, it's been like a habit of mine to check the camera to see what's been going on in the lobby every night. It's usually black guys smoking weed, drinking, partying, whatever. So the other night, I pull up the camera, and it was a transgender in the lobby by himself, right?
Christ.
And wait, dude, I think she did ketamine because it fell asleep standing upwards for 2 hours straight.
Yeah, it was probably ketamine.
Yeah.
Like a horse.
It was put something in like a water bottle. It was mixing. I go, what the fuck is he doing? Like, and he's got the like super high leather boots on, like a mink coat and a wig. And it was definitely a dude, because then the wig came off and he took the jacket off. I'm like, okay, it's a guy, obviously. Then he snorted something.
No tits?
No tits. He had just lanky body. And then it fell asleep standing up for like 2 hours straight.
Yeah. Well, look, and Rico says about, again, JGG. Look, JGG, there's a big difference between a homosexual man and a man who thinks he's a woman. A huge difference. That's why I go a little bit lighter on gays. Like, if you're still a male, you're still a male who actually has gone, MGTOW to an extreme, where you're completely unattracted to women. But trannies are a completely different thing. It is a look. Both
It's moving even further from the spectrum.
Exactly, way further from the spectrum. And and again, it is a spectrum. And look, homosexuality in the 70s was considered a mental illness. It was logged in the psychologist's textbooks as a mental illness. And it wasn't till the Jewish homosexual agenda pushed it into the mainstream to say it's a normal choice, which it isn't. Not a choice.
It just recently got removed from the DSM, only maybe about 10 years ago.
Yeah,
it's very new. Yeah.
And also, you have to understand that in order for it to get removed, they had to convince the public that homosexuality was some kind of genetic trait, which it obviously isn't. And I've gone over this before, and it was the same thing that Dave Sims said in Tangent, is that homosexuality is no more a biological operation, as having sex is a necessity.
Well, what does Bill Maher say? Bill Maher and a lot of the talking heads say, well, the chemicals in their brain are different, and you can see on this CAT scan that their brains are different. Yeah, okay, so is a crystal meth addict brain is different.
Yeah.
You can't compare the two.
No.
Oh, you can compare the two. I'm sorry, you can compare the two, because here's a guy doing drugs. You can see his brain is morphed into something else, and here's a guy taking a dick in his ass, and his brain's morphed into something else.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is like, again, like Dave Sims said, sex is not a necessity. It's a necessity for the species, but not the individual. You need sex to be born, but you don't need to fuck to live. So where you put your dick is a choice. It is not genetic. I can stick my dick in a hole in the ground, and that's my choice. And I don't care how gay you are. You still, in the end, choose to stick your dick in someone else's asshole. That's it. You choose it. It's no difference than an alcoholic. I choose to take a drink, or I choose not to.
I choose to be a heroin addict.
I choose
like
not
my
to.
friend.
Yes.
Right? And then I love how they're playing, and they're trying to tell, people are saying, oh, he's a victim. No, he's not. No, he's not. He chose to do heroin.
Yes.
And I'm supposed to feel bad. I don't feel bad. No. I'm upset I lost my friend, but he chose to stick a syringe in his arm.
Yes. Yeah. You make that choice. You always do make that choice. Again, like, a dick is nothing. A dick is it just hangs off your body. It gets excited when it sees things, but it can't stick itself in any hole unless you will it to. So I'm sorry.
I like that.
So I'm sorry, man. If
you're gonna will your dick into a hairy man's asshole.
So I'm sorry. It's not a fucking biological disorder. It is a choice. Any sexual.
Okay, I want to bring this up because I wanted to bring it up with Jay, but since you're on the topic of dick in the ass, what if, because of the social engineering that's taking place between men and women, and the sexes are drifting further and further apart? And I discussed this with Jay in a private message, that I think you're seeing more and more men that are not, let's say, strong-willed, strong-minded, not morally strong, going gay just for attention from another human being. What do you say to that?
I think it's bullshit.
Okay.
I think it's total bullshit, man. I heard him say that. I heard him talk about that, and I think
I actually agree with him on that, though.
Do you? I think it's gay fantasy. I think it's gay fantasy. I think it's a gay man kind of fantasizing about how other men might join him in his crusade. That's what I think. I mean, I could be wrong too, but I mean, really, like in real life, like how many people? Look, look. I'm 43 years old. All right. I see people I see guys every day that are 20, in their early 20s. I remember back when I was that age. I was getting laid all the time. I was fucking all the time. And I think to myself, you're going through this experience where you are part of the majority that's getting fucked. And the women around you, you guys are all fucking. You're fucking and fucking and fucking. And you're reproducing if you're not careful. I remember that. I remember that time. I remember that time of fucking. I'm not in that time anymore. I'm standing outside of it. I'm not there. You know, I'm an older man, a single father. I'm not in the game. I'm not out there fucking anymore. And I understand that. But that's not going to turn me gay.
Right.
You know, it's not going to turn me gay. And the lion's share of fucking is happening with people between the ages of like 18 and 25. Men and women. That's who's fucking. Those people are fucking. They're fucking all the time. And they're heterosexually fucking. For the most part. Right? But, you know, eventually you stop fucking. You know, eventually you don't fuck as much. But it doesn't turn you gay. Absolutely not. It doesn't turn you gay. And I don't think that any of these men, let's say that there are men that are excluded from that fucking. Maybe they're ugly or they're not as confident or whatever. But that is not enough to turn them gay because there's always ugly women too. For every ugly man, there's an ugly woman.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. I've been listening to other MGTOW channels and stuff, and I listened to Pacific Ocean Liner, and he's been running the suggestion also that guys are going gay just for attention, or someone to show a keen interest in someone else. And
I think that's Jewish gay propaganda. That's what I think.
I don't know, man, because you'd be surprised what if you go on these dating websites and these dating profiles and you float around, you'll see guys that you'll be like, that guy's gay, that guy's gay too. Like, I'm talking regular looking heterosexual males.
Yeah, but you got to understand that there's more than one type of gay, man. And Jay will tell you this. I mean, I
do, believe me, I know. I can be the gay whisperer when I want to be.
Well, look, when I was growing up, when I was living on the west coast of Canada, I worked in a coffee
very
shop.
Progressive.
Yeah, very very progressive.
Coffee shop.
I worked in the San Francisco of Canada. Okay, let's just put it that way. Vancouver, Victoria of Canada. Now, I worked in a coffee shop, a cafe restaurant, where I was the only straight person working in it. It was me and the baker.
Did you have your leather chaps on?
Myself and the baker were the only straight people. I swear to God. The owners were a married couple, a man and a woman, who were both secretly bisexual and cheating on each other with the same sex behind each other's back. The waiters and waitresses were all gay. The cook was gay. Everybody was gay. Everybody was gay except me and the baker, who was like this long-haired kind of rock and roll guy. It was just me and him. We were the only straight guys in this goddamn restaurant. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy shit. Is everybody here gay? What the fuck? And I worked at that place for about a year. And one of the this was really my introduction to gay, because this is the San Francisco of Canada. You have to understand that, right? So one of the waiters was this very stocky, broad-shouldered, masculine-looking gay man. You would never suspect. You would never suspect he was gay. The waitress was a fucking lesbian, but that's besides the point. But this man, I remember, he tried to convince me and my girlfriend to go to his place so that he could fuck us both.
Ooh, that's hot.
But you would never guess he was gay. However, the other guy that I worked with, who was the baker, was so flaming gay that I would have guessed it at any moment in my reality, from childhood to death. I would have guessed this man takes dick up the ass, just by the way he talked, right? You know, it was a huge difference. You know, this was an eye-opener for me. And I remember being this naive kid. I swear, at that time I was maybe 20 years old, just a little kid. 20, 21 years old. I was a little kid. And here I have this gay baker who's flamboyant, and I have this gay waiter who, if I didn't know better, you know, sang the national anthem and fucking cummed all over the streets. Masculine, right? But they were both gay as fuck. And I remember asking them, I had them both in the same room in the back of the restaurant at the same time, and just me and my curiosity. I took them aside and said, "Listen, you fuckers, you're confusing the shit out of me." Right? And I said, "Explain to me this. Is being gay a choice, or are you born that way?" Right? And the hyper-masculine gay waiter, who had a deep voice and you would never guess was gay, he said to me, "Of course it's a choice, man. I choose every day who I want to fuck. It's a choice. Of course it's a choice." But the emasculated feminine baker disagreed and said, No. I was born this way. I was born gay.
Baby, I was born this way.
Yes. Right? So there's a telling in that story itself.
Quote to Prune Juice Power. I know where. Whoops, sorry. Someone just said that MGTOW has been infiltrated by queers and trannies and alike. It's been crazy to watch it all unfold. Well, yeah, when you got people like Turd Flinging Monkey, you know, humping Pirelli tires, it really doesn't help matters, man.
Exactly. Look, MGTOW is a struggle for men to have their own goddamn space.
Not hump Pirelli tires.
Yeah, so
maybe you like Goodyear. Maybe you don't, you know, Pirelli's a little too expensive for you. You got to downgrade to Pirelli or Firestone. But
Firestone tires. But this is, and Nick's not kidding, man. Just 2-3 weeks ago, we had a talk with Turd Flinging Monkey, and every fucking 30 minutes, a sex doll was interrupting our goddamn conversation. So you want to talk about MGTOW space? I mean, now it's being infiltrated by fucking dolls. Look, the MRAs have invited every tranny. Look, there are like JGG loves to talk to this Crossing Ways tranny. Good for him. Go for it.
Ways. That sounds like a sailboat.
I've talked to that person. I've talked to him a long time ago in a big chat, and I've heard them talk. They sound exactly like a man trying to sound like a woman. It's like, no, get the fuck out of here. You don't belong. Every male space cannot be a male space. Everyone tries to undermine it. It doesn't matter. Even nowadays, it doesn't matter if it's a woman.
Because it's cool. That's why everybody wants to join in on it. That's the underpinning of it all.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. I mean, I remember fighting like 5 years ago. I remember fighting MGTOW to keep women out of MGTOW channels. Like, I was very strong advocate for, like, do not invite women into MGTOW chats. Is that so hard? Why can't you do that? I mean, there's women everywhere else in the world. Why can we not just keep women out of here? But even 5 years, 10 or how 5 to 6, 7 years ago, people were still arguing about that. Now it's like, well, here's a man who thinks he's a woman. Let's him talk about men's issues. Or here's a homosexual. Or here's a doll.
Catherine Frog, what's her name? The woman from Alberta.
Which one?
the self-defeating, semi-attractive woman with big tits.
The honey badgers. What's her name? Yeah.
No, Catherine Shrug. What's her name? Canadian woman. She's on Big Molyneux, and she's a men's rights activist or whatever.
Yeah. She's a honey badger too, man.
Is she?
Yeah, she's a honey badger. What's her name now?
You know her. Shrug.
I can't remember.
She looks horrible now. She chopped her hair off.
No, they all look horrible.
It on purpose. Like, what are you doing? Why would you do that? Because she wants, the theory is, and I understand what she's trying to do, if she makes herself look ugly, men will stop objectifying her. I get it.
Yeah.
But that's terrible. I can't believe you would do that to yourself. Catherine Shrug. She did the thing about why men aren't getting married or whatever.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Oh, Catherine Strong.
Thank you.
There you go. MGTOW Warrior put it down. Catherine Strong. Yeah. But again, like, I'll give her credit where credit's due. She never tried to infiltrate MGTOW. She never did. MRA, she did, but not MGTOW. She didn't do it while a lot of women tried and failed. And, yeah, like Rico was saying, trannies and queers in MGTOW, no, bad idea. And again, I will say this again. JGG has been grandfather claused by me. All right, he's been grandfather claused. I'll allow him to come onto my channel, but that's it. And the only reason he's on my channel is because he's been grandfathered in based on history.
He told me the reason why he's gone gay is because he hates women so much. I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to go that far with hating women where I'm going to choose to take a dick in my ass, man.
Well, it is a choice. So if he went that far, but honestly, I think it has a lot to do with his upbringing, his father and mother. It'll always come back to that. I think it'll always come back to that kind of experience. You know, I think a lot of gay guys had very little masculine influence in their life.
Well, I run the theory now. It's actually my brother and my friend's wife, the same wife that accusing me of hating on women. I showed her all those Bumble profiles of all the young women with their doggies. And I go, can you explain this to me? What do you see? What's behind this? And she says, these young women with the dogs come from broken homes and they never develop personalities.
Yeah. Those women are fucking their dogs. Let's just cut to the chase here.
We gotta research this, man. I can't find anything on the internet in regards to that.
Well, just go look at that video about top 5 reasons women should fuck their dogs.
One video.
Yeah, well, that's enough. And look at the likes and the views. That's telling you something. Is MGTOW getting infiltrated by TFL for allies? Trifling. What is TFL? True Force Loneliness? You know, I don't know much about True Force Loneliness.
What does that mean?
It's a movement of men that are so sorely alone that they just create a group to be sorry for themselves instead of being MGTOW.
So it's an offshoot of not status, but I guess just some type of offshoot of MGTOW where you're even more miserable. And,
yeah, they're just.
Yeah, man. I guess MGTOW's the more angry version. So I guess it's the 5 stages to denial or whatever it's called of acceptance. And I guess MGTOW's second stage is moving into that stage.
No, MGTOW's meditation, man. MGTOW is meditation. MGTOW's beyond anger. You've been through the anger, and now you meditate. That's MGTOW. MGTOW is the discipline.
I enjoy the anger.
You know, anger is undisciplined. It's undisciplined emotion. That's what anger is. It's very undisciplined emotion. It's easy to be angry. So easy. MGTOW's beyond the easy. It goes into the discipline where you channel your anger into something more resourceful and creative. That's what MGTOW is. It's a discipline, man. It's a discipline. It's like going on a diet. It's like exercising.
I gave up porn for Lent.
Mm-hmm.
How's that?
Is Lent right now?
Yeah.
Well, God, you guys got nothing on the
I'm
Muslims.
kidding. I'm kidding. I didn't give up porn.
Porn or corn?
Porn.
Corn?
No, sorry, I'm eating pizza. Porn.
Oh, porn. Okay, I thought you gave up corn because people give up chocolate and shit for Lent.
That's lame.
Yeah.
You gotta give up something that's hard to give up.
No, the Muslims got you beat on that one, man. When it comes to fasting, the Muslims got you beat hard.
All right, what's the time frame? How long have we been on? I'm getting tired.
Too long. We got to put it to rest. All right, we're gonna do one more. We're gonna do one more advertisement. Then we're gonna come back and we're gonna end it. All right.
No.
Old Max. We go everywhere together. Right, boy?
At Pet Stuffers, we know there's nothing like a relationship between a man and his dog. Sometimes you just can't let go.
Max, you didn't eat your food. That's the second week in a row. Max?
When the unspeakable happens, just put your four-legged friend in the refrigerator or freezer. Then call Pet Stuffers. We'll be there within a week to pick him up, and in less than a month he'll be back as good as new. Through an ancient Egyptian miracle process called taxidermy, you and your best friend will always be together.
Yeah, that's a good dog.
Pet Stuffers, when you just can't let go. And coming soon, grandparents forever.
Highlighted hair? Vacant brain dead look in your eyes? Something missing?
Complete the look.
Complete the look with men's eyeliner at Vice City's one-stop shop for people who are cool when they cry.
Wow, you look ambiguous.
Complete the look.
Okay, guys, we're back. And I think we're going to have to shut this down. We've been going for about 4 hours now. But it was a good talk. Thanks, everybody that tuned in. Please go back over some of the stuff we said and some of the things we sourced, because there was some good stuff. Check out Dave Sim. Check out Tangent.
Go and view our older chats. We've had some really good chats that deserve to be re-uploaded or put on a pedestal, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm. But we will be back next week. I think for an extra special Easter weekend. Nick, you and I, we need to do an extra special Easter weekend next week. So we got 7 days to figure that out.
Okay.
All right.
We definitely got to. We keep saying we're going to do 9/11. We got to do 9/11 and World War II.
All right.
So
that might
we
be
got to lay off the MGTOW shit for a little bit.
Yeah. So next week we might go off. We might veer a little left from MGTOW and do some Easter weekend special. Jesus did 9/11. So tune into that. Tune into that. You thought it was the Muslims? Well, go fuck yourself. It was Jesus. Jesus did 9/11.
It was a female Thor.
Female Thor did 9/11. And we've got the news at 11.
90-pound white girl with blue eyes did it.
Yes. All right, guys. Take care.
Pleasure.
Thanks for tuning in and watching, and we will see you again soon. Be safe, be wise, be MGTOW.